From the hills of northwest Arkansas to the flatlands of the Delta, we're only 53 days away from kickoff of high school football in Arkansas. This is Hometown Sports Volume 2, only on the Arkansas Sports Network. Hometown Sports Volume 2 is being brought to you by D3 Auto Sales. Lifted, leveled, and ready to roll. Drive different. By Tyson Foods. Passionate about food, committed to you, feeding the world like family. By Arkansas Tech University. Financial flexibility, academic excellence. Learn more, earn more. And by Metcalf Trucking Company. Arkansas trucking delivered reliably and with integrity.
Hello, welcome into Hometown Sports, Volume 2, as we are live here in Jonesboro, Arkansas. Glad to have you along here for the ride as we are counting down the days to high school football here in the state of Arkansas, getting our coverage kicked off here with our Hometown Sports. We want to thank the Booster Club of the Cross County Thunderbirds for making this possible as we bring in the Cross County Thunderbirds and their assistant coach. Give me your name one more time because that looks pretty crazy. Caden Hill. Caden Hill. Coach Caden Hill's here with us. We getting sound out there? You get sound from me? Does it look good? Okay. Uh, Coach Caden Hill's here. Coach Pascal, he had a prior occasion here that he had to attend to. So we're here live with Coach Caden Hill. Coach Hill, it's good to have you along here as we're going to talk some Cross County Thunderbirds. Glad to be here. All right, Coach. So let's just get familiar with your team. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, from last year, after we were 74, got put out in the first round last year. Getting beat by Johnson City, very good ball club. They had a lot coming back, and we do too. We had I think seven or eight seniors, but bringing back a lot of guys, bringing back about 10 on offense and 9 on defense. So bringing back a very good group of guys who have been playing a lot of football together.
Well, that's always a good thing, man. When you're bringing back that many, like 19. Is that what I mean? Is that what I heard? 10 to 9. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So bringing back 19 that played good minutes for you last year. So that's got to be exciting.
Yes, sir, definitely. Mainly because those guys, some of them were uh, young guys as well as sophomores, and then who got a lot of playing experience, and then those juniors who they had got a lot of playing experience, and now they're all seniors, and we're going to have a big senior class. A lot of guys that are stepping up in leadership roles that are going to be a big part of what we do.
That's a big deal. Big senior class. That's huge.
Yes, sir.
That's huge, man. Well, you got a huge one over there. I see him. We're going to talk to him in just a minute. He highly recruited guy. Just yeah, you are, man. You're a good guy. I mean, we've gotten that. I don't know if you watched some of our coverage yesterday and talked about Western Desert. Man, we had some dudes coming in. We got another one coming in here in just a moment. But tell us what does it? What do you guys do offensively and defensively? If somebody had never seen the Thunderbirds play, what do you guys employ?
So offensively, we're going to be a double tight, double wing. We're going to flip the foot. We like to get after it. We're 3 yards flat of dust. We have a big offensive line. We have pretty good backs, and we're trying to ground it back. We love running the football, and we like to stand off the ground.
What do you do defensively?
Defensively, we're most runs 4-2-5, 3-4, and We got guys like him and Roger Williams and Michael Ward, William Lazard. Those guys get after it on the D line. So, and and they have a good coach, Coach Jamar Clark. Coaching them up every single day, and then on the back end, Coach Connor Harry. Always getting our defense on. So then I have linebackers.
You have the linebackers.
Yes, sir.
You guys got some athletes over there across Cameron?
Yes, sir. We got some pretty good athletes. We got some guys that can roll. We have Caden Crawford, who's a returning All-State running back. We also have who will be a senior, Braxton Armstrong, Rico Coffey, Hayden Craft, Caden Finley. We have guys that can go. And then you have, our quarterback. He may not look like an athlete. I'm just joking. He's a guy that leads by example. And he's just tough. He has that in his character.
All right. Well, let's bring those guys in here and let's have them talk. So introduce the two that are coming in right now.
Okay. Well, first we have Danny Bill. Everybody should know everybody had another one recruit in the state. That's committed to Oklahoma State, and he's a guy that we use a lot in a lot of situations. He's a character in himself.
I can tell. I can see that.
And then we have our quarterback, Kel Cersei. Kel, like I said, he's a guy that leads by example. I've been around Kel since his 7th grade year, and he's always been that guy that's going to lead by example, show up every single day, and give a great effort, and be a leader and a guy that's going to be that locker room guy that you always need to have privilege.
Gotcha. Well, let's bring them in. Hey, Aaron, look at that top line. Also, you can bring that cross county logo in for the Booster Club. Again, we say thank you to the Booster Club for coming, making this possible here. You can share here. You got that one there. All right. So, number one recruit in the state. Man, I'll tell you, we had some guys yesterday that make you look small. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We did have some guys. Evan Goodwin, you're probably familiar with him. Oh gosh, what was the other guy's name? He committed to Miami, had a little up Central League. That's it, Anthony Kennedy. He was there. So we've seen guys that look like you, believe it or not. That's hard to believe. But I'm looking at you wearing that number 4. That's a little bit out of the ordinary, at least what it used to be. A guy like you would have been 94, something like that. And now you're number 4. Tell us a little bit about what it goes into wearing number 4 for you.
I was just saying, I gotta be a dog. So wearing number 4. Well, same things as a lineman, you gotta be a dog. So they expect you to go out there and dominate and play. So that's really it. Gotta be a dog.
Well, I can tell you're a character. Are you a leader on the team?
Yeah.
Well, we're talking to a leader, right? I mean, you got a quarterback, double wing, foot to foot. What's it like playing an offense like that?
Oh, you got to get after it.
Yeah.
Just got to be strong, be mentally tough, really. Just pick the guy across from you, reply, get whatever you can.
Yeah. You guys play a pretty tough conference. I mean, y'all see athletes. In fact, gosh, who was it yesterday that we were talking to? Desert, we were talking to, and their head coach knew, and head coach Nick Smith. He said, I coached in the 4A with Lone Oak and different teams like that, and said I've seen more Division I athletes in the 2A2 than I did in that conference right there. So you guys play in a tough conference. EBC's in there, Desert's in there. There's Troy. There's always a good team that's left out of the playoffs every year. Put that up there. Tell me what you think. Tell me anything about the 2A2.
It's a hard conference. I mean, you gotta screen, you gotta play, you gotta be really like you can't just go in there tips on. You gotta get down. You gotta be low, right back. You gotta dominate. So, and it's a lot of athletes like they think because it's a smaller conference, there's not a lot of athletes, but I feel like there's some of the best athletes because you gotta work hard for it. So that's all I gotta say about the conference.
Well, tell us a little bit about what you think about your 2A2 fellow members there. I mean, again, very tough conference that you guys play in.
Yes, sir. You tend to get kind of looked down upon by other schools because, that's how you're 2A. But if you really look into it, I think we've got one of the toughest conferences in the state for sure. We, like I said, a good team just left out of the playoffs every year. And year to year, you never know who's going to win it, which I think that shows a lot. It's not somebody dominating every year, and it's anybody can win. It's open door being every season.
You got EPC, Mark Trees in there, Desart, McCroy, you guys. I mean, there's only 4 that go. 3A and 4A, they get 5 of them, but you guys only have 4. Let me ask you, on your schedule, I haven't got a chance to look at your schedule yet, so let me see if I can pull that up while I can here. Who do you guys look forward to playing to the most?
Man, we look forward to playing everybody. Coach Best will say, he said we go practice and train this like we're playing the best team in the state. So, I mean, everybody. I'm ready to play anybody. I don't care who it is.
You're not afraid of anybody, right?
No,
I want to ask you real quick. You committed to Oklahoma State a few days back. What went into you choosing Oklahoma State?
it just feel like family. Feel like home. Like when you go somewhere and you just instantly like feel home.
Mm-hmm.
There's like feel vibe everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, last year it was a good year, but I mean that's a great program. And great coaches are coming into the program. Like the new coach that you got, Coach Ron Almore. I mean, and then you got Coach Brandon Mack who has a lot of NFL experience. So I mean, I'm just ready to play. Like I feel like home. I feel like family got that there. So Pasadena was the right option for me.
How many times you gonna throw the ball this year?
That's a great question.
That's a very good question. Not many, right?
Not many, but when we do, we're gonna make it count.
There you go. And I think that's the fun part of an offense, like you got to run, because when you do throw the ball, you got a chance to hit it really every time.
Oh yeah.
Every time. Well, guys, I want to say thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for being patient with us. We're looking forward to seeing you guys this year. Cross County Thunderbirds is going to be one of the top teams in 2A this year. They're shooting for it here. We again want to thank the Booster Squad of Cross County for making this possible. And we're going to bring in Pocahontas here in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to turn it right into Pocahontas. So make sure you stay tuned with us. Thank you, guys. Welcome back in as we're live at the Embassy Suites here in Jonesboro as we bring you Hometown Sports Volume 2. This is the Jonesboro edition, I guess, today. And Northeast Arkansas, as we are talking football here in Northeast Arkansas. We're glad to have the Pocahontas Redskins here today. And, Coach, I'm going to let you introduce yourself. You're an offensive line coach, so not a lot of people know you. I know sometimes that's actually good, right?
Yes, sir.
But if they know your name, that may be bad, right? Because they're probably yelling your name out of stand.
We got a pretty good group of guys. My name's Darren Tippard.
Yeah.
I coach Pocahontas.
And you're here. Coach Chester had something he had to do. And, yeah, the skinny guy.
Yes, sir.
Right? We got some big fellas here today. We're going to talk, but let's talk Pocahontas football here. Tell us a little bit about the Redskins this year.
I think we're going to be an improved team. We didn't really get started like we wanted to last year. We had some heartbreaking losses on 1 yard line, 2 yard line. Didn't convert when we should have. And we kind of came on at the end of the year. We ended up being national in the playoffs, which was huge for our program. And eventually lost to Warren. But since then we've buckled down, worked on strength, conditioning. Because we don't have just a huge number of guys. We've got a bunch of guys that have to go both ways. We need 4 quarters out of them. So trying to be as best conditioned as we can be. Just keep going on.
You guys have been a solid program, for a long time. I feel like that when people talk 4A football, you kind of under the radar a little bit, but you're always there. You're always at the top of the conference. 1, 2, 3, somewhere in there. You're always up there. Making a little bit of noise here and there. A couple of years ago, what was the quarterback's name there that scored so many touchdowns? Connor Baker. I mean, he made a lot of noise out there. So you guys are, you guys are. I guess you probably don't get enough credit up there.
We're kind of hidden up there in Northeast Arkansas, but I graduated to Pocahontas, so I feel the rich tradition there. Coach Williams, I played for him, and he was there for 30 plus years. Just kind of changed the culture of Pocahontas, and it's kind of just been on the map ever since.
That's good. Well, you're an offensive line coach, and I was talking to you a little bit about my fourth grade football experience. Actually, it's third grade now. We haven't even practiced fourth grade yet. We do that on Monday. But one of the things that I talked about, and one of the things I understand now as a guy that has coached just a little bit of football on a small level, is if you don't have an offensive line, you don't have much.
I like to say, no line, no shine.
Right.
We got a good group of guys, and we win or lose by them. I mean, they're hard nosed, and they'll try to move you. And they at these team camps we went to in June, they kind of come together and they become kind of a gritty group, and it's been fun to coach and fun to be around.
Tell us about your conference. Tell us about who you play week in, week out, and the challenges that you see.
Well, I think there's 5 new head coaches in our conference this year, but the teams that we played that are going to be pretty consistent, Southside's kind of been on the past few years. They've been very consistent, very good. Highland, I think, returned all their skilled players. They're going to be really good. One of the 7-on-7s, our coach said to God will be good under the new head coach. So those are 3 of the teams that we need to beat. Blythe will be a good team, and I think we have a pretty solid conference, top to bottom.
Your non-conference as well, Rivercrest, Salem, Greene County Tech. You guys gonna try to get ready for that conference play, right?
Yes, sir. We Salem was a good game for us last year. It was unfortunate. We got stuck on maybe the 1 or the 2 yard line. We had a pass off to win it, and it's we had them where we wanted them. It just didn't work out for us.
I want to thank Pocahontas Healthcare and Rehab Center for making this possible, bringing the Redskins in. You got a couple guys in here that let us know who they are, introduce them, and we're going to talk to them about some Redskin football.
Carter Couch, he's going to be a 4-year starter at center for us this year. He played defensive end. He's going to be a senior. And then a junior, Evan Thompson, will be our right guard. The other defensive end.
All right. Well, let's bring them in here.
Thanks, sir.
Whoever's going to sit on the end, that probably needs to use that one, and you can use this one right here. Now, which one of you has played since the freshman?
That's me.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. He told me, he said, you might have more experience than he does now, right?
Yes, sir. I've been playing since ninth grade year, and so it's fun ever since. I love it.
Yeah, you've seen a lot.
Yes, sir.
And you're being a senior, you feel a sense of urgency to have as much success as you can have, knowing that this is likely your last go around. I don't know how many offers, if you got any offers or not, but if you don't, this could be your last go around.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna leave it all out in the field this year and try to pick up my teammates whenever I can. It's been fun at Pocahontas and just trying to give it all.
Okay. Well, tell me a little bit about playing Pocahontas football. What it's like.
I think you have a great program. I think our coaches facilitate that for us, and he's getting it overall.
Tell me about your offensive line coach. What do y'all think about that guy?
I think he's a great guy. He pushes us to do our best.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Everybody loves Coach Chamber on the Redskins.
Okay. All right. I can see that. He seems like a pretty good fella. We've had a lot of good coaches come through, a lot of good guys, it seems like, come through. And I feel like that's a big deal. You gotta like your coach. You gotta want to play for him. Coaches gotta get their kids to play for him in order for you guys to get better. As we're talking about your schedule here, guys, it's pretty deep here, especially early in it. Rivercrest, Salem, Greene County Tech, Brooklyn, and Southside, first 5 games. Not a bad little schedule there to start off. As he said, Dawson looks pretty good right now. Truman is there, Westside, and Blytheville. I mean, it's not a bad schedule.
Yes, sir. Our conference is good. Every game is a battle. That makes us better. Helps us get further in the playoffs, and it's tough, but we like it.
I mean, you got a lot of challenge. Like, you don't want to go out there and win every game 70 to nothing. That's not any fun.
So those tough games are the ones that go this to us.
Those Friday nights when you can pull out the 2-point win, those are the best Friday nights, right?
Certainly.
What's a Friday night like in Pocahontas?
The stands are packed almost every game. Really good atmosphere. Community's always supporting us, and everybody likes the Redskins in Pocahontas.
All right. Well, guys, we appreciate you guys coming in once again. We're excited about seeing what happens with the Pocahontas Redskins. We want to thank Pocahontas Healthcare and Rehab Center for making this possible here. And up next, we've got Valley View. Are they out there? Valley View? Yes. Valley View will be up next here. You're watching the Arkansas Sports Network coverage of preseason high school football here, and we'll be back in just a moment. right, we're back in here at Embassy Suites here in the Jonesboro Red Wolf Convention Center. Glad to have you along here. We've got Valley View in with us today. Coach Sean Cockrell that's going to talk a little bit about the Valley View Blazers. And Coach, we talked about Pocahontas just a little bit ago, or just the last team that we had coming here, and we said they fly under the radar. You guys don't fly under the radar.
Yeah, well, I think we used to.
Yeah.
We've tried to put ourselves on the map the last few years. Obviously, last year was a big one. Hosting the semifinal game against Parkview was huge. And being 12-1 and rolling all 12 in a row was something that we've never done in school history. So really big for us, and hopefully people are starting to see who we are.
We want to say thank you to Jonesboro Acoustical and Drywall for making this possible here, for bringing in Valley View. Sorry about that, but you're right. I think you're right that yes, you did fly under the radar for a while, but now, like you said, doing 12-1 like you did, I think that you guys are kind of at the forefront of people's minds now. And here in Northeast Arkansas, especially, really one of those flagship programs, definitely one that people think about. What, as a head coach, you had to put some time and effort into making that happen. What's it been like building that program at Valley View?
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. First couple of years were really tough on us. And I've had a lot of assistant coaches come in and out. This will be the first time in my tenure that we have the same coaching staff 3 years in a row. And so I think that the consistency of that has really helped. I've had some really good guys along the way, but this staff I have right now is as good as they are out there. I put them up against anybody and feel like they do a really good job. And they're all football guys. They all have aspirations of being a head coach or being a coordinator, want to move up the ranks. And so I think it's a really good mix. We've got some older guys, and then we've got some younger guys that bring a little more energy. So just I think part of the staff, and then also our administration has done a great job of kind of giving us what we need to succeed. Our fans and our booster clubs have done a really good job, and then the kids that have just come through the trusted the process of us getting going in the right direction and continuing to win. And I think that's the biggest thing for our program is that the consistency of winning. We won 5 conference championships in the last 6 years, and getting the guys just understand, they believe it, they know we're going to win, and they work hard and trust us as coaches.
And I assume that goes down to the junior high, even to the Pee Wee and all that. There's an expectation now that Valley View win.
Yeah, there is. I think we've got 85 on the high school roster. We've got 90 in 2 grades in junior high, 50 every year in 7th grade, and there's multiple kids playing in the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. So kids want to be a part of it, and you never know how kids are going to develop. So we try to keep everybody out and keep them excited about football. And the guys I brought with me are a product of that. Guys that have been in our program and played for a long time.
What do you think some of the strengths are of the team this year?
I think obviously for these guys, I think being a part of the last 2 years of winning, they understand what it takes. They understand the process that we've got to work harder than everybody else. We're not going to be more athletically gifted. We're not going to be as big as other teams. But they understand that we've got to work. And so I think that's part of it. Returning certain guys like the guys that I brought today are really going to help. I think the biggest question for us is the quarterback position. We've been really good there the last 4 years, and now we've got to break a new one in, and guys with no experience. And so that's going to be tough for us, and that's kind of how our offense rolls is through the quarterback. But we've got a really good offensive line. We've got great receivers, really good running back, and then our defense is just a physical defense against athletes. So I feel good about where we're at. It's going to be tough. Everybody's going to compare you to the last year and what you've done. But I tell our guys this is a new season, new team, and we're not going to compare to anything that we've done. Last year's over. It was great, but we're moving on to 2025.
You start off 3, 6, 8 teams right in a row here with Marion, Searcy, and West Memphis. The Searcy's, they're down back.
They're 5.
They're 5, right. But pretty tough schedule to start it off.
Yeah, we actually scrimmage Marion, and then we play Holly Bluff. It's usually not on there because they're out of state,
right.
But they're the equivalent of a 7A school. So really tough scheduling for us. And it happens. And Dave King from Batesville told me a long time ago, when you start winning, you got to start scheduling better teams, and nobody, lower, not as good wants to play you anymore. And it is. It's really tough to find good football teams, but they're all 3 quality teams. And the scrimmage against Marion really kind of sets the tone of where we're going to be. And we felt really good about that last year. So going to be really tough. And then obviously the 5A East is always tough on us. It's a grind, and everybody's looking out to try to beat you. And so it's going to be a really tough season for us this year.
All right, so let's talk about who you got with us. Introduce the first two that are going to come here and talk to me about Valley View football.
Right, we've got Ryder Wooten, inside linebacker for us, an all-state guy last year, and Riley McNamee also an inside linebacker. So these are kind of our two inside guys that kind of plug the middle and take care of that for us and build it first ones.
All right, well, let's bring them up. All right. You even know the drill. The outside guy gets the cordless mic. I like it. Two inside linebackers. Do you eat raw meat?
This one over here.
Yeah. I'm sitting here, I'm watching you guys go back and forth as I'm talking to Coach Cockrell. You guys are ill or something, I can tell.
We just put a lot of work in.
Yeah.
So eat nice.
Yeah.
We always just want to bring it to the other team.
Tell us about the physicality that it takes to be a middle linebacker in 5A football in the state of Arkansas.
Well, you don't want anybody to think you're a chump because then they'll start coming after you.
Right.
So it's always real important to come downhill and smack somebody first and make sure they don't want to hit you.
Yeah. What about you? What do you think?
Just put everybody in the dirt. That's the goal.
I love it, man. I hear it. It's said that it's the same thing said. It's said a different way every time, though. And it's about domination, right? I mean, at the end of the day. Now, you guys are defensive guys. I've said this to a couple of the teams that we play. I'm in that mode that we've talked to over the last couple of days. Defense is not easy to play anymore in football because of all the things that go on the offensive side of the ball, trying to put somebody in peril, trying to make sure that they pick on somebody or pick on an area of the field. They spread the field out, using all 53 yards wide. That it's not easy to play defense. How do you guys make up for that?
I think we have a really good defensive plan, like by our DC, Coach Wilbanks, and I think our coaches always get us right and prepared every week. So yeah, we're always ready for it. We always know what's going to happen.
What do you think?
I just feel like our coaches I feel like they have the best coaching staff around. So
Yeah.
we're always prepared for everything.
You guys are definitely, again, you're a team that's noticed. Let's just be honest about it. You guys may not know it because you live over here, but we don't. Northeast Arkansas football isn't looked at like some of the areas of the state is, but you are. You are one of those teams that is looked at. You're one of those teams that people look at and they know it don't matter what part of the state that they go to, Valley View is going to be a team that's going to get it to you every night.
Yeah, I've heard that a bunch. I've heard a lot of people say there's no competition in 5A East and all that, but we always show out in the playoffs and we always give someone a piece of our mind.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you guys are always right there, deep into the playoffs every single year. That's a testament not only to your coaches, but to you. Because look, coaches can put you in the position to win, but it's up to you to win the game. Because Coach Cockrell, he don't win any games for you. He puts you in that position to win though. And I'm sure he's a bright enough guy to do that. Let's tell us who you got coming in here. Who's the other two coming in here? Valley.
So that's Judd Miles and Marion Davis. Judd Miles is our center.
Okay.
And Marion Davis is a lighter.
All right, well, bring them on in. I'm going to tell on you because I'm sure he's watching or he will watch right now. I'm going to tell on you because I said, hey, I talked to your dad yesterday and I said, where's your dad? He was in the office. I said, is he not in the country, right? Oh, yeah, you're right. He's not. He didn't even know where dad's at.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Hello, nerds.
Yeah. All right. So you play center and you play wide receiver. So tell us a little bit about what it's like to play offensive line for Valley View.
It's just a lot of trust in our guys, having a lot of trust and feel and seeing if we can get our job done as a team. Because if one guy doesn't do his job, we all do our job, the play can get just messed up. Having faith in your guys is it's basically like a family out there. So real fun. I can block people, hit the middle linebackers when I can. That's the deal. In practice, yes.
What's that like in practice?
In practice, you know, you can speedrun. Nah, I usually put that one over there in the dirt.
Oh, come on, come on. I love the back and forth going on right now. Tell me about playing wide receiver. What's your role there?
Really, it's just really being a leader, making sure the young guys know what they're doing, making sure like uh, you're good here. Making sure what they're doing, like just being even stepping up, just showing them like don't slack off and like just stuff like that. You know,
Any of y'all have any offers right now?
that's what I'm saying. You know that.
All right. Catching passes. You get a chance to catch very many passes here at Bellevue?
Not really. I had last year. I was out down on a ACL injury,
Okay.
so this year I'm pretty sure I can do.
Okay. All right. So you are going to catch.
Yeah, I will.
So, all right. I like it. What's the offense like? I mean, they tell me dominant defensively. So what is it offensively? What's your mindset going out there on the field? I mean, is it saying, hey, dominate? What is it? Are y'all a speed based team? What is it that you guys do well on offense?
So, you know, basically, uh, just go out there and dominate. We're usually pretty quick off the ball, so that gets people off, and we got some plays that the other team can't get set up on, so we can just run that play quick, get past them, get a couple yards, run plays, really try to get 3 to 5 yards, try to slowly move down the field, and then when we can, air it out.
Yeah.
With Mario.
Like y'all run a lot of quick speed, no huddle, that sort of thing. Fast
Sometimes,
tempo.
yeah, mostly fast tempo. We like
Yeah.
to be quick. I don't like to wait around the ball, skip the defense to see what we're doing.
And that's what I was talking about when I was talking to the defense guys. It's different playing defense now because of that. But on the offensive side of the ball, you got to be in shape, right? You got to be ready to go, especially you offensive linemen. You guys are in a wrestling match every single play, right? And no matter if it's 2 to 3 seconds or 5 seconds or whatever it is, that's tiring as the game goes on. So you guys have got to be strength and conditioned, ready to go.
So,
What's the strength and conditioning like there, Calvin?
we do conditioning after every workout, and it's really just about if you have the determination to keep on going. Like, don't get in your mind that you're going to be tired. You just keep on going. You keep on going until it's basically just like after you're done running, it's like the end of the fourth quarter. You're going to be tired.
Yeah.
You need to fight through that to keep going through.
And maybe not as much in the conference, maybe so. I don't know, but when you get into those playoffs, that fourth quarter that's pretty important. Well, guys, we want to say thank you to Valley View for coming in. Thank you to Jonesboro Acoustical and Drywall for making this a possibility here. And we're just glad to see you guys come in here and talk a little bit of football with us.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, guys, appreciate you joining us here today. And I believe we have a break. There's nobody out there, right? So we're going to take a break. When we come back here around the noon time. We're going to have more high school football preseason right after us. Yes.
So we're off.
Yes, I talked to
Coach Brandon Powell, BTC, your coach. How you doing? Good. Man, you guys went all over your state title last year. How did you build off of that and come back and do the same thing?
I've been in that back to the championship when I was in independent football time. We got to stay consistent with like getting in here. And we're able to chip on us over doing these direct time. All three and so going forward these days.
Absolutely. What does it take to maintain, being from EPC, being a guy that, played EPC, having coach at EPC? Well, how do you keep maintaining your success in it?
We're gonna go to big instruments, and take a start, and we pick up the and pick it up football around and thank you much years and our kids are excited about one EPC, so just having great people around just keeps that consistency and you've been lucky to have kids back. We want to be loaded.
Absolutely. Talk a little bit about that town, close to town you got coming in this year. They got a couple studs in the back over there running back. Other than those guys, what you got coming in?
We got the biggest senior class I've had since I've been here, so we have 13 seniors on this group. People about 5 or 7, so having 13 seniors and have that much experience can be great for us. And we got playmakers all over the place, Devin McGee coming in last year, we did it last year, big place for it. Quincy Perry is a big play for it. He played G9 quarterback a couple years ago. He played American up in your high, so he's some good ball his talents, he's got some make plays and force those guys to make plays for last year, too, and JP. Those guys won't be their turkeys, but we got playmakers and they'll make plays for it and big explosive making plays for it.
Absolutely loaded over at UPC, man. It seems like that way year in, year out over there. Like y'all track town over there, there's just homegrown and these kids coming there and the program is built from within. Up when Brian was there and you took it over. Talk a little bit about that when you took it over from Brian and been able to maintain what you got going there.
Hopefully it's having a really very good guy that can make a lot of fun had a good football team. He's kind of went into a team that was like us going on the side all off when you want to play that. He's super tough and he's great. Coach Lowe's did a great job. He really got people excited about football. Of course, he plays Coach Lowe. Coach Lowe was coming big football down in the pack. And it was kind of free branch from Lowell to others, and that's some fun about it. Quite implementing my program too.
Yes, sir. So off that Coach Lovell tree, I didn't know that. Hey, that's a tough guy there, man. He's a tough dude. But man, go ahead and get a couple of these studs in here. Talk a little bit about your schedule. We'll do that. What do you feel like about your schedule this year?
Our comes to we open up with John Wander each week. We all in it for this. We believe I'll put two games to the championship caliber football teams and the night playoffs every year and really so it's a really good test for us. You can turn that around. There you go. You got to do some of that. And one of the really good football team for us tradition rich. We get tested over both and see where we're at moving forward.
That's become a little bit of a rivalry between y'all. What reason someone got to play every year now, and it's kind of like back and forth with who wins it.
The long I remember, they used to call us so, and those games were always good shit and got after each other. And that's what they got 3 days, and we kept them on schedule. It's such a good football game to test you and see where you're at. I feel like we both get better from them. They could have ripped us last year, but we got better from that game. So let's keep getting that. Was good.
Absolutely. I bet you guys looking forward to getting back at them this year after what happened last
Like I said, you got something to look forward to trying to close that gap with you.
Absolutely. So best of luck to you this year. Let's get a couple of these backs and then.
Make sure it's on there. He's got a good spot. You need one at a time. Those two and then bring them in.
All right, guys. So we'll get back at it this year. We're going to get them out for another year. We got to get back to back like 26. I'll get them back to back. But you hadn't brought it home yet. How does that 100 feet for this year?
It's kind of crazy, we need to go we need to start July or something like that. We lost. We're doing something, so we need to do my last year, so we have to do that. We're not going to do something for that.
Absolutely. What's it going to take to get that done to bring it home? You can
Finish it.
I said, what's that going to take to get that, finally get that championship home? He said,
Finish, finish this time.
Absolutely. What's it going to take to finish? Like you guys been back to back, been get a little closer every time. See, my last year, Bigelow, then you got a little closer against Kyle Christian. What you got to do to finally get over the hump and get back to the right?
We have to get the rhythm hard. You have to know how to do it, practice more hard. You got to go hard. Further in the way, you got to do it. After practice, do it more time.
Absolutely. So more time after practice, more time in the gym, lifting, things like that. It's getting better every day. Is there anyone on your schedule at this time? Talking to Coach Scott Walker, his game last year. Is anyone on y'all schedule? Y'all looking forward to getting back at this year?
I'm just ready to get back on the field, play anybody, but I'm looking forward to that March game.
The March 3 game at the end of the year, that's the one. What makes March 3 the game? You're so close.
Yeah,
Absolutely. So what does it take? Like going into the year, you're gonna start out at Walnut Ridge, then you're gonna get Rivercrest. What are you guys coming out with a tough schedule right out of the gate? But you're labeled as two of the best backs in the back here in the state in 2A. So what do you guys got to do to help these bigger schools?
I feel like it's a member of like you got it like you didn't look to this person not that much last year. So one of you double. But I feel like we can be good.
Okay. All right, got it. Best of luck to you this year. We got back to y'all journey back to Little Rock. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Pretty big man in here. Green man, right. Yeah. Big man is so you feel free to be on basketball team tonight. Downloading that thing. Yes, sir. See you down there. See you down there working on in the trenches. Are you a guy down in the trenches with you? So chat. Get my job. Tell me a bit about that, about being what's like being a guy that you see down in the trenches.
Just trying to lead figure out the board, lead by example. I'm sure you do a lot.
Absolutely. And what does that look like each week? Like getting your other guys fired up and ready to go. Is that a challenge?
Not really, but just natural look, they're not really. You look down and you see which is really football sometimes I see seven.
Absolutely, man. So you guys this year, you got Chris like the other guys here. You got a pretty tough schedule here to start the year out. You looking forward to that?
I'm just ready to play and move the body out, stay out there and be out there.
Absolutely, man. Best of luck to you this year. This is EPC, and man, they come with it this year, folks.
All right, Coach George, Jonesboro High School. We got you here today, man. It's nice to meet you. But
Thank,
first of all,
yeah, thanks for having
uh,
us.
man, you guys coming off last year, playoff run, but as we talked off air, you didn't feel like you had, the year that you would like to have.
Mhm.
What you got to do this year to get that done?
Just consistency. We got to do a better job of doing the little things right on a daily basis. Execution at a high level, and then just attention to detail.
Absolutely. And what is that? What does a practice look like? A typical practice look like at Jonesboro High right now?
Yeah. So right in the summer, so
Yes, sir.
right now we'll come in. We'll spend 20 minutes going through what we call flex or what you know, a sprint day, a change of direction day, or a jump day. Then we'll split up either offense or defense or box and skill. One group will go to the weight room and lift, and the other group will go outside and either we'll work on install or position EDDs, or we'll do some 7-on-7 stuff and then rotate, and then at the end we'll do conditioning.
Absolutely, Coach. So are you seeing some things right now in the summer that you feel like going into the season you benefit from maybe going into last year?
Yeah, a lot of it is, we were injured a lot on our offensive line early in the year last year. So some of our guys that we have penciled in to start for us this year got good playing time last year as underclassmen. So that's going to be good. I really like our young wide receiver core. We graduated some big time talent out at wide receiver and tight end, but I like the guys that we have coming up through the program. They've shown that they can make plays over the summer and in the spring with 7-on-7 and all that.
Yes, sir.
And then just defense. We're having to replace three linebackers on defense, but we got some guys in there that are really doing a good job for us. And our defensive line, I think, is going to be our strong point of our team. We're just loaded with depth at those spots. So we're excited about it.
Absolutely. And for those that don't know Jonesboro football, what does Jonesboro football like to do? What offense? What
Yeah,
defense?
so we're power spread. We use that H back, the tight end, and a lot of it revolves around that piece, whether it's formationally and the plays, the schemes that we run, and all that. We want to run the ball first. I'm a defensive minded coach. Being a defense coordinator for a few years, I want to dictate the run game and be able to get those yards and really control the line of scrimmage. And then with our athletes, because we do have really good athletic skill guys, we want to get it out quick to those guys in space and let them do their thing.
Absolutely. I know a lot of football teams don't like the term basketball school
Hmm.
when you're talking about that. But traditionally, Jonesboro would be like a Duke of the NCAA in basketball, the way they win in basketball. What's the challenges of winning at a basketball school like that?
Just I think it starts with relationships, not only with the kids, but the other head coaches and assistant coaches from the other sports on campus. And lucky for me, I was able to coach with Coach Swift for a couple years whenever I got moved up to the high school. So we have a really good relationship and work well together with splitting the kids and all that. And then the second thing is just getting those guys to be able to say, hey, if you're going to play multiple sports,
Right.
there's a little bit of extra work that you got to do that comes with that.
Yes, sir.
But we've done a good job over the last few years of being able to get guys out that do play multiple sports. I love it because I think if you can get a kid that's really good at basketball, a lot of times they're able to play in space
Right.
well, or you put them on the defensive side of the ball, they're able to go up,
Yes, sir.
almost like they're going up for a rebound and be able to make plays on the back end. So it's been really good for us. We got one over here today that you'll talk to. That's a really good. Both of them actually are on the basketball team. So,
Okay.
and they're really good players for both of our sports.
All right, Coach, going into the season here, talk a little bit about your schedule and what you feel, how you feel about y'all schedule this year, and how you feel like y'all can do make some progress from last year.
Yeah, we'll start out scrimmaging Pulaski Academy, which is always a challenge. Coach Lucas does a great job. He's a top-notch man, and then also a top-notch coach. They do a good job. So I like scrimmaging them
Yes, sir.
because it kind of shows where we are coming out of the summer. And then we turn around and play Conway, which is a tough one. They're always a top
Right.
3, 4 team in the state. We'll go to their place this year. Look forward to that challenge. Then we go to Joe T. Robinson, who's loaded, as well.
Man.
26 and 27 class is pretty loaded.
Yes, sir.
So that's another challenge on the road. and then we come home and play DeSoto Central out of South Haven, Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
So our our
My
non-conference
goodness,
schedule
man.
is not easy at all, and we
It,
get the bye week and we start conference with Benton at our place. And we felt like we played well against them last year.
yes, sir.
Kind of ran out of time at the end and losing by 13, I believe it was. Um, and then you get into your Sheridans, who obviously with Coach
Yes,
Kelly,
sir.
him being there for his second year, they'll be improved. With your Catholics,
Man.
played them tight as well last year at their place. Felt like we should have came back with a win on that one, and we just didn't get it done. And Marion's always a big challenge. So you kind of go
It,
down the list in
it,
the non-conference and
you,
then the 6A East. It's a loaded
you're
schedule.
just going off tough team,
Yeah,
tough team,
yeah,
tough team.
yeah.
Do you schedule that way for a reason, non-conference, to be
Yeah,
ready for conference?
to be ready for it. And I thought it did benefit us last year. And really, it's to get ready for conference and November football. And I felt like going into the playoff game last year, mentally, we were in a really good place. We just ran into a Lake Hamilton team that runs that single wing, and we had injuries on. There's no excuse, but had
Yes, sir.
injuries on D line, so we were young and they got us. So, but I did think that it helped prepare us for the end of the year.
Absolutely, Coach. Before we get off here, I'll let you talk a little about your two stars here today, the guys that you brought here with you.
Hmm.
Talk a little bit about starting with this gentleman here. How do you feel
Hmm.
about this gentleman? How he helps your football team?
Love both of them. T.J. Brown, obviously, well-known name around Northeast Arkansas and really the state. Does everything the right way. Respectful, coachable, works extremely hard. There's a lot of days when we're done working out, he goes and gets extra work in a turf, and he just wants to be great.
Yes,
So
sir.
wants to win. Obviously as a running back, wants to carry the ball as much as possible. But he's phenomenal with it in his hands. So we're excited for his senior year this year. And then Jaquez Jordan, another one. I think he's gonna have a. We know everybody kind of knew what he can do as a defensive back, but we're putting him at some receiver as
Okay.
well.
Okay.
And when he's dynamite when he's got the ball in his hands. So excited about both of these guys and our skill positions and ready for them to have a break. TJ have another breakout year and Jaquez to really get his name out there.
Absolutely. Hey, best of luck to you this year, Coach, and let's
Thanks.
get those studs in here.
Yes, sir.
Jacquez. Yes, sir. All right. TJ. Nice to meet y'all. Well, when you wear the headset, when you have the mic here. All right, we got
Jordan.
Jaquez Jordan here. Coach is up and coming. Going to use you on the offensive side of the football this year. How you feel about that?
I feel great about it. I love touching the ball. I love blocking for my teammates, just getting open and just doing what I can for the team.
Absolutely. What's the transition? Like you just been a defensive guy, and the coach says, "Hey, I need to depend on you to do some offensive things for me." How do you feel when the coach has that faith in you?
I always feel like I can do anything that I put my mind to, but when he told me that, I just got to working on the wide receiver part of the ball, and then it just became my thing.
Absolutely. Is that part of your background as a wide receiver?
Yeah, so I played in any camp back in
Okay.
junior high, but I really don't do too much.
Gotcha. And you, sir, hey, like Coach said, you're well known across the state.
Yes,
What do you from last year's role to this year's role? What do you feel like you add to the team?
I think I took more of a leadership role. Last year, I feel like our seniors weren't like really the biggest leaders, and that's what hurt us ultimately into the season. Like our record showed it. So this year, just taking on that leader role and being a role model for the younger guys and the younger generation coming up.
Absolutely. What does that look like when you say leader role? When you say what are some things you're doing to implement some things there at Jonesboro High?
Yes, sir. We live by the standard. So we do everything to our fullest. So you just got to show the younger guys like little things like touching the line, being selfless, picking up mats, no matter if you're a senior, no matter what grade, just doing little things like that to show them like put your pride to the side and do what's best for the team.
I like that, and I think that'll benefit y'all in the long run when you get in a playoff situation. If it comes down to that, having that mentality, be having those kids taught up and everything, that'll benefit y'all.
Yes, sir.
When you say y'all were lacking last year in leadership, you felt like that cost you a few ball games.
Yes, sir. We just like we got pride to the side. We weren't really close. Like you probably could watch it on film. We a score and people would be mad. Like
we weren't celebrating each other, and that's been a big emphasis for this summer, celebrating, coaching, and just being together, more together as a team.
Absolutely. For both you guys starting here, what's it like playing for Coach George?
It's great. He always gonna make sure you do what you can. He gonna push you to your best of your abilities, and he gonna outside of football, you can contact him anytime you want to. He'll always be there for you. He's a great coach.
Nice.
Yes,
TJ.
sir. He gonna push you to your best. Like if he not yelling at you, he don't care about you, and he yell at every one of our players. So that tells you what type of man he is. He cares about every person on the team, no matter who you are.
Absolutely. So you guys have any guys, anyone on the schedule you're looking forward to getting back at this year?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yes.
That's for him. For Marion, they went live on the middle of our field last year. I'm holding a
Oh,
grudge on that.
oh, wow. You talking about live, like, like right in the center of
Yes, sir.
JHS field. Wow. Wow. So what is it as a player, you're seeing something like that when now you're going to their field this year, you're looking like, I mean, not maybe looking at it like from a revenge standpoint, but that's in the back of your mind.
Yes, sir. And then we were informed that the whole coaches put us sixth in place out of 8 teams this year. So we holding that as a grudge this year.
So
And we gonna prove.
West Memphis coming in hungry.
Yeah.
Fired up. You got to fire it up. Or you got fired
Jonesboro.
up Jonesboro squad coming in. Speaking of West Memphis, that's y'all's rival. That was my next question. That's why I said those. West Memphis, they've been down lately, and you guys, Jonesboro's been kind of in the midway lately. What do you guys got to do to get over the hump and go on a deep run here in the playoffs?
I just feel like we all just got to come together as a team. Like the defense, you know what I'm saying, they'll probably get bad at the offense for not scoring. I feel like we just can't do that this year. That's what we did last year, and that's was a big problem with the team. So I just feel like we all got to come together. When we come together, we compete with anybody.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir. We got some of the best athletes in the state, in my opinion. We're not known, so we're all young, hungry, ready to work.
Where's the focus at right now in the summer? What is the focus on as far as getting better and getting over that hump?
I would say it's being together. We've been preaching together a lot. Like we just got to get closer. We got all the skill, all the pieces we need, but you can't do nothing if your team has no chemistry and not close together. So that's been the emphasis.
I'll say work, like the after work, just showing what you can do. Because we got a coach named Coach Kirk. He'll tell us he always gonna be there for after work. So you make sure you get after work.
Absolutely, guys. Anything you want to say before you get off here to your follower, to your fans out there?
No, sir. Stay prayed up.
Stay blessed, sir.
Best of luck to y'all, man.
Sir.
Best of luck to you. All right, we're back here with Mountain Homes Coach Airy. But before we get that, we want to give thanks to Bolton Hammer Farms out of Mountain Home. They're sponsoring this interview for Coach Airy. Coach Airy, Alan Russell, it's nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
And man, you're coming off a great year last year over at Mountain Home. You guys did some things that hadn't been done around there in a while. What do you got to do to continue that success this year?
Well, we feel like our talent pool is good enough to, you know, be that kind of team again. But number one thing is stay healthy. We're a little bit thin in our offensive defensive line, uh, but we're capable of pulling off some good things. I mean, kids have worked extremely hard. Our skills, I think, are as good as most, and and they're coachable. They're smart. They're just good kids, and you know, a little bit of success breeds a little bit of confidence, and we're gonna carry that as far as it'll take us.
Absolutely. And talk a little bit about your program and how you built things over there at Mountain Home, because you guys, Jerry like to run the football, it seems like. Had a really good back last year, running all over everybody, it seems. What do you guys got to do to continue that success this year? Bring if you have a kid that's going to be stepping up in that role and to fill those shoes this year.
Well, you know, right now, what was kind of happened to us last year was we had a real good running back with Jacob Chenoweth, and he put 1,700 yards on the board. But um, you know, our QB1 Brantley Phillips went down last year, and we turned into kind of just a run team.
Yes, sir.
But we don't consider ourselves a run team. We're a run pass team.
Okay.
Barrett Miller jumped in and played a lot of quarterback, and it was more like a wildcat quarterback athlete at the quarterback position. And we just it's a two-headed monster between Jacob and Barrett. But we have a quarterback this year named Brantley Phillips. He throws the ball really well. And the good thing about Brantley is he's a dual threat as well.
Okay.
He can go.
Okay.
He's 6'4", 200 pounds. He can run or throw. So he's an athlete for quarterback.
Big kid. So yes, sir. So you like to RPO things like that, pretty much.
You know, we're not much of an RPO team, but uh, we're good. We're just gonna run a spread passing
Spread.
game and run concepts and read coverage and things of that nature.
I got you. If you guys got Greenwood on that side over there with you, man, and that's a football juggernaut here in the state. If they weren't in your way, you probably played for state title last year. What is it like preparing for a team like Greenwood?
Well, it's a challenge. Number one, we don't have it figured out. Um, you know, the one thing we have to do is every year we turn the wrench, try to do something a little bit different. The one thing we can't do is match up with speed wise, physicality wise, size wise. Schematically, they're a little bit ahead of us. Obviously, that's who we that's the guy right there. That's that they got the
Yes,
bullseye on
sir.
their chest, and you know we got to figure it out, and that's what we're trying to do.
Maybe you can grab them this year if they do got that bullseye on the chest. So you are chasing, and they are being the chase. So as a coaching mindset, what goes into that?
You know, confidence is a lot of what happens on a Friday night. I mean, our kids were confident, but I don't think we got the confidence for that team yet or that game yet, and that's my job. I'm gonna have to get them there. You know, and one of these days, you know, we keep your chin up. A lot of bad things happen because they score a lot of points. You
Yes,
know,
sir.
and you just got to keep slugging, and you got to answer with scores, and you got to do with a lot of things correctly. And we just they've kept us from that. They're it's not us, it's them. They're a good football team, and they've beat us. There's no excuses.
Absolutely, coach. And coach, talk a little bit other than them on your schedule. Let's talk a little bit about your schedule you got coming up this year. Do you feel good about your schedule?
We do. We feel like we can play with anybody on any given night. We know Shiloh is going to be a good game for us. Um, you know, the key to us having a successful season is probably winning our non-conference games. Um, Raleigh, Missouri, West Plains, Missouri, and then our nemesis Harrison. So you know, if we can, you know, win those three games and then be successful in the conference play, we're gonna be just fine. Um, but we feel like we can play with anybody in conference, and and we're looking for a strong season.
Absolutely, coach. Like I did with Coach George. Let's talk a little bit about you guys you brought here today with you. Starting here on the outside, this gentleman here, and talk a little bit about you guys there that you brought here with you today about what they add to your football team.
Number 41 is Caden Del Soto. Caden's been a 3-year starter for us at linebacker. Um, he calls every call, every automatic, every check. He's my quarterback on defense, and he's a phenomenal young man. And we would be in trouble without him because we don't have anybody on the defense as smart as that cat right there. So
Okay.
we use him up, and we use him to the most of his potential and his ability. And then number 74, Nathan Yarborough, is our strongest player on the team. He's a weight room warrior.
Okay.
Um, he could play any spot on the offensive line, and he's our most physical lineman. And if you had 5 of those guys, you'd probably walk into the state championship door because you'd have holes big enough now to drive a truck through all night long.
Boy, some high
And
praise there.
he's a dominant football player, and he works extremely hard at his craft. And I'm really proud of that young man as well.
Absolutely. Let's get those guys in here, Coach.
All
Coach
righty.
Harry, best of luck to you this
Hey,
year.
thank you
Maybe
very
you can get over that
much.
hump and finally get get that bulldog
Man, that's
monkey off your
everybody's
back.
that's everybody's goal.
Best of luck to you, sir. All right, guys. So we got the two studs here from Mountain Home. Coach said a lot of great things about you there. What does that feel like to hear your head coach say things about you like that?
Well, I mean, as a player, sometimes it's inevitable to struggle with doubt, especially like when you mess up, because messing up is just a part of playing the sport. And so when you know that your coach believes those things about you, it helps you, it motivates you to keep pushing on, keep persevering, even when you're struggling with doubt or like getting your butt chewed out because you really messed up. It helps to know that that's not what is the truth.
Right.
It's, you know.
What about you? He said if he had
Yeah,
5 of you, he could go to the state title, brother. That's some high praise there. Well, when you hear your head coach say that, how does that make you feel?
well, it makes me feel really good because I know Coach Harry, like he's a man of his word. When he says something, he means it, right? So it makes me feel really good. Yeah, kind of like what he said. I mean, you get your butt chewed, and then it feels really good to kind of hear some praise a
Absolutely.
little bit.
Absolutely. I know I know it's one game at a time. We got a long ways to that game. But like I asked Coach about the Greenwood game. What is it? How do you guys approach that game mentally? Like, you looking forward like for this challenge, or how do you approach this thing?
I mean, Greenwood, it's for us, it's always at the end of the season. It feels like you're gonna have a good record and they're gonna have 9-0, and so you look at it as the two top dogs of the conference clashing for us. And every time you see them on your schedule, you want to be the one. You want to be the one to take down Greenwood. And so, as far as preparing for it, you have to it's a no mistake football game, and in football that's really hard. So that's how we approach it is we have to perfect our craft.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you got to play a perfect game to beat them. I mean, you can't make any mistakes, no penalties. I mean, you got to be perfect. I mean,
A- Absolutely. Talk a little bit about the off season here, how you guys have been approaching. Has there been anything different from last year's off season to this off season?
I mean, this off season I'd say is like it's one heck of a Disney story. We have persevered throughout. We lost two defensive coaches, and we're implementing people we lost last season to injury back into the team, getting them up to speed. And I mean, we're returning 10 starters, so that means you lost 12. So you're filling the 12 roles too. And it's all unique challenges that we as a team try to attack, and I think we do it really well.
Yes, sir.
yeah, I think we've worked a lot harder this year than we have in years past. We hold each other accountable. I feel like we're closer together as a team. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Is there anyone on the schedule, outside them, Harrison, that you guys look forward to playing this year?
I mean, you can get in trouble for saying some things. You can make the wrong people mad, but for me personally, it's Rolla because they
Okay.
played us good last year, and they're returning a lot of people. They were really young when they played us, so I think they'll be extremely good. And seeing good football teams is fun to play.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably West Plains. That'll be a big game. Coach Ackland's son versus Coach Ackland, and then yeah, just the battle of the border. So yeah,
Absolutely. Anything you guys want to say to you people back at home?
Let's back up our talk. Let's show them.
yeah, go Bombers.
Absolutely, guys. Best of luck to y'all this year, man. Y'all gonna
Thank
win
you.
it all.
Thank
Best of luck to you, man. Yes, sir. He did outstanding. Yeah. We all. First of all, before we get started here, I want to thank the Wins Fumble Club. I know Coach Toddy don't do a lot of fumbling over there at Win, but the Fumble Club we do like to appreciate them for their sponsorship of Coach Toddy's interview. Clay, always good to see you, man. And here we are again, and in another football year. This is not unfamiliar territory for you. What year is this for you going in, Clay? 33rd year, man. Talk a little bit about what you got coming over there this year at Win, and how you feel about your football team.
I think you have to know the background to understand the love. So I came 2 years ago before the tornado. We had 64 eighth and ninth graders, and of those 64, there's 21 left. So those are our juniors and seniors. So those guys that stayed, it hadn't been real fun, hadn't been real convenient, and they chose to stay and represent their town, represent the tradition of win football, and fight for each other. So they're special kids. I mean, I have a lot of love for them.
Going on 33 years, you've ran that same style. What makes you stand? Like what is about that offense that you run that you're like, man, that's just the one.
Yes, this will be my 28th year as head coach, and then we actually ran that system for this will be my 30th year. 2 years at Star City when I was at Star City. Um, I think the flexibility of it, it fits into whatever you have. You can always fit your personnel to it. It's an aggressive, your linemen are aggressive. I like the aggressive nature. I think that carries over to your defense. Um, and then there's a lot of flexibility to it as far as using your personnel. I learned that from Coach Parker, Jimmy Red Parker, who coached my dad in high school, and he was like a daddy to my daddy. So he took me under his wings, and Coach Parker was head coach at Clemson.
Hmm.
His last hurrah was his offensive coordinator at Ole Miss there in the '90s, and they were in probation, so they only had 65 scholarships, and they finished third in the SEC in total offense. And they bring him in, and they said, "Coach, man, you done a great job, but look, split back don't sell tickets."
Right.
He's a mentor of mine, and he told me, so I GA'd at Henderson State one year, and after I got through playing college football, he said, son, you got to make a career decision. Do you want to go to stay in college, or do you want to try to coach high school football? And I said high school football, and he said, let me tell you this. He said, you can win games. You're going to win a lot of games in high school football running the split back, and you don't have the pressure to sell tickets. It's not the entertainment. Now, that's changed through the years.
Yes, sir.
Uh, he just really convinced me. So I learned that under him. And, and he always told me this. He said, it's not a doubt of the effectiveness of it. He said, I was tearing it up in this. He said, it's the entertainment value of it. Um, and I think about that a lot. My coach Malzahn, was at Auburn and ASU, and he would come by and visit with me some, and he would always tell me, he said, hey, you watch what we're doing. We're running the wing T at Auburn, but we're doing it out of the shotgun. He said, exactly what Coach Parker told you years ago. It's effective. He said, but we get in the shotgun, everybody thinks it's entertaining. So, it's just tried and true. And, when you've done as long as I have, your adjustments, kind of what plays. It's a very extensive playbook, and then you kind of figure out what your personnel can do with that playbook. So,
Ab-
been
ab-
good to us.
Absolutely, coach, and to be able to do that and sustain it for 30 years and win the way you have with it, like in a world where everything's going to the hurry up spread and things like that, to be able to stay in that and win football games consistently as you do, like how do you contribute that to? Do you contribute that to Coach Red Parker?
Well, certainly. It's a blessing. I come up real tough, and you think about the things that to the world would have been obstacles. That's one that the good Lord put in my life. So my dad uh, didn't have his mother passed away when he was young, and his dad was an alcoholic. Coach Parker took him under his wing, and you think about that relationship, and then how that helps, just the hand of God. But
Yes, sir.
certainly taught me a sound system, and taught me the ins and outs of it that have benefited me for a long, long time.
Absolutely. You coach those that don't know, Coach Todd, he's taught NFL players. Was it Tyrell Johnson and at Rising, and got one possibly coming out of UNLV. I can't remember what was his name. Malik Chavis coming out of UNLV that could possibly go play in the pros. So, Coach, you've coached some guys like that. So let's go into this year over here at Win. What we got coming in here at Win, number 51 over here this year? What's he going to do for your football team?
So the story is that year after the tornado, he's a sophomore, and he was a worker. He was a gritty kid. He's always there. And we had a senior um, that got sick and missed some practice time. And man, I was trying like crazy to keep him from playing. We're playing Fort Smith Southside,
Yes, sir.
and we should have been playing a JV schedule. I think we started 8 sophomores that year,
Man.
and we threw him to the fire against Fort Smith Southside, and he didn't back down. Well, you're sitting there. This guy's coming back for 4 years. Say this, by the end of that year, we played Mills in the playoffs, and they had the big defensive line. I'm not real good on those names that I don't coach,
Yes, sir.
but he's still in Arkansas, D lineman. Well, they see the small sophomore, so we get in the ball game, and boom, they put him right over the edge. And in our grading system, he won the battle. He won the war. I mean,
Right.
he was getting good movement, playing with leverage. He's a smart kid. So his experience is really invaluable for us. He's played a lot of games, a great leader. We do a leadership competition in the off season, and he, of course, naturally was one of those. Um, he's a good football player. He's a smart kid. He's a good person.
Absolutely. And number 7, I remember him last year running on up his Hardin Academy when I was over there. He was running all over them. So talk a little bit about that gentleman there.
Special to because a lot of his buddies left. We a lot of from their grade scattered. They went for convenience. He chose to stay. He's had family play at Wynn. He's had uncles that were great players, won championships. Grandpa. I mean, it's a great history there. It means something to him, and he's a competitor, great player. So as a sophomore, he's playing. He's starting on offense. He's starting on defense. He's running back kicks as a sophomore playing 5A football. So I tell all the colleges when they evaluate him, you got to keep that in mind is that, when you get up above that 4A or so, most of you guys are playing one way. So, um, he gives it all he's got, but he gets a little tired. Great heart, great competitor, a fighter, a guy that win football means something to.
Speaking on his heart, I remember I was leaving the stadium that night after the Hardin Academy game. Everybody else had done went in. He was at the goalpost, leaned down, watching I remember going by and saying, wishing, telling me he had a good game and everything. So we'll get those guys in here, Coach. Best of luck to you this year, man, and they'll get you one. Yes, sir. All right, guys. So we got go ahead and introduce yourself
I'm
real quick.
Gage Rice.
Gage Rice. Got Mr. Rice here. Mr. Rice, Coach Toddy has some great things to say about you. There's a sophomore. You came in. You had that fighting spirit for your school. What's it like when you put that jersey on? You see win on it.
It's just years of just constant build up. Seeing my cousins play, had a lot of family members play. Um, just a lot of great um, history along with Win and along come with that jersey, and it's a lot of great respect to out all the others that have played for all the championships and all the great titles we have won. Um, it's just something special every Friday night.
Absolutely. For you, Christian, same question. What's it like when you put that jersey on? You get a chance to put that jersey on and you see win on it. Like you said, you had relatives that played in it, and now you get a chance to be the one on Friday nights.
It's really special knowing that all my family played football. It's like a brotherhood when we all come together on that Friday night, get on that field, and just can't be stopped. Love doing it. Have a passion for it. Watching my family play. Growing up, watching everybody play. Just love doing it.
Absolutely. Wynn has a high tradition. They've won championships over there. I think the last one was D'Angelo Williams and crew. Well, you guys, I know you as kids coming up and you see that when you finally get a chance to put that jersey on, that's your goal, isn't it, to put to hang that banner?
Yes, sir. There's no doubt.
Speak a little bit on that going into the off season this year from compare coming in last year. What Coach Toddy may have implemented this year that you feel like you guys can you benefit from.
We've been working on a bunch of stuff in practice. Biggest thing for sure is we're a lot stronger than we've ever been. I could tell that
when we put the pads on, when we're in the weight room. We got a bunch of younger guys that are a lot stronger. It's going to help us out. We've implemented many new tactics and schemes that are really going to help us and benefit us, especially late in the fourth quarter against big ball games.
Absolutely. What about you, Christian? What do you want to add to that?
Just like Gage said, we got the people getting in the weight room, meeting new maxes, um, joining the power club stuff, from benching, squatting, incline. I feel like that would be a good help this year, using that strength against big games down in the fourth quarter.
Yes, sir. And playing for Coach Toddy, he's a legendary coach when he was coming in there to win from Rising. I'm sure y'all had heard about him. What is it like playing for Coach Clay Toddy?
It's different, He's old school. There's no doubt about it, but that's how I've been brought up, and I respect it, and I like it about him. And we try to get everybody to, first of all, respect and take after yourself, take care of your team, take care of others, respect where you are, respect who you come from. And I really do just appreciate that about Coach Toddy. He really helps us out, helps become men. That's one of the big things. Um, During the off season, during season, just becoming men of God, and just really respecting others and respecting yourself.
I was going to say, every time I go see Clay, I say, Alan, you right with God? So that's the thing with Coach Toddy. What's it like when you play for a guy like that? It's high character, and he's had success at what he does. You have confidence in a coach like that, don't you?
Yes, sir. Uh, like when he's doing the football stuff, other than that, he's training us to be real good men, being good men to our family, making sure that we train well, make sure we got God in our life, because without God, it would be nothing. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. I know Marion. That's Wynn's rival, right? You guys you get a chance at them this year. What's it like every time you line up against the Marion?
It's just like a movie, trying to see who's going to win the game, battling to the death, man.
Absolutely. What about you?
Marion, they've been some great competition the past 2 years. There's no doubt, but the way we play, we're not scared of anybody. We're gonna give it to you every play, all four quarters. We had a real good chance at them last year, and we plan on coming back this year and doing the same thing.
So let's get them shots in back home. What do you want to say to the people back home?
I hope my mom's watching, and I love her, and I love my family. I love God, and all thanks to Coach Toddy.
So with the mama.
All right, guys. Best of luck to y'all
Thank
this
you,
year,
sir.
man.
Appreciate you.
Y'all go win that thing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, welcome back into our hometown sports football preview here. We're in Northeast Arkansas at Jonesboro, at Embassy Suites, the Jonesboro Red Wolf Convention Center. And right here alongside of me is Coach Newton of West Memphis. Coach, I appreciate you coming up here, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us.
Well, let's talk about some West Memphis football here. A proud, tradition rich football program. Fallen on hard times a little bit lately, but I know you're trying to get it back to that tradition that we've all known.
Yes, sir. I was hired last April, head football coach at West Memphis High School. Spent 3 years as an assistant under Billy Elmore, so I was familiar.
Hmm.
Um, it's my day at a time goal was to try to get it back to where it was and try to get us over the hill. So we're taking it a day at a time, and I think the kids understand that it's a prestige there, and there's a standard, and we're trying to get it back to where it's supposed to be.
Well, that name Billy Elmore rings a bell. Talking about old school West Memphis football and getting things going in the right direction. So you know what it looks like.
Yes, sir.
You've seen it because West Memphis football used to be ground and pound, man. That
Yes,
that
sir.
was that you had to really toughen up if you was going to play West Memphis. So
Yes,
tell
sir.
us what the reclamation project is looking like right now.
Well, you go, you're hired as a head football coach at a school, and you have to get to know your kids. It's kind of late, so you go through the season, and you say to yourself, "Well, I know what we have to do, but you can't get everything fixed until you get to off season." So we formulated a plan, restructured the way we did off season, and it's going really well. We're better. We won't know how better we are until bullets start flying, but we are
Sure.
a better football team. Got a good group of returners coming and a very talented sophomore class, so we're excited about it.
Well, there is no shortage of athletes over there. You know you're going to have athletic people over there, so it's a matter of time of trying to get them together,
Yes,
move them together, move them as one. You may not win state championship every year, but you've got an opportunity over there to do that because you've got athletes.
most definitely.
Tell us a little bit about what's going on this year as far as the schedule goes. I'm looking at your schedule here. Looks like open up versus Hot Springs. That's a long trip from Hot Springs. I'm glad you don't have to make it.
We made it last year, so
Okay, turn around. Turn
yeah,
around's fair play, right?
yes,
Then we just had Valley View in here just not too long ago, and
yes, sir.
and they told us they were going to play you. And then you got a big one right there, Little Rock Christian
hmm
Academy,
hmm
going to test your wits a little bit, right?
Yes, sir. There's no cupcakes on our schedule. You make a non-conference schedule and maybe you put somebody on there that you think that that you're gonna go out and beat, and that's not the way our schedule is set up. But we're not running from the competition. At where we're at right now, I'm just trying to get our kids ready to play Hot Springs Week Zero. We'll take it week by week and day
Yep.
by day, but winning one game last year, I think the kids want to get the sour taste out of their mouth. The coaches want to get that taste out of their mouth, and we're looking forward to it.
And playing in the 6A East,
Mhm.
there's no easy wins there either. You got Sheridan, the guy that he never kicks it deep. He's always always kicking that onside kick, and
Yes.
Catholic and Marion. Marion's been a good program. They just right up the road from
Mhm.
y'all. That's a good rivalry there. Sylvan Hills, they're like y'all, got a lot of good athletes there.
Mhm.
El Dorado, same thing. Benton is a monster in themselves, and Jonesboro, they're right there. I know they're trying to make their path straight a little bit here. Tell us a little bit about just how you're feeling. You said you played for Elmore, is that right? Or you
No,
coached under him?
so Coach Elmore my first job out of college was at Stuttgart High School
Okay,
in 2013. He hired me. He
okay,
left and came to West Memphis in 14.
okay,
Brought me back to work with him again at West
okay.
Memphis in 17. And then he hired me when he was the athletic director as the head football coach at West Memphis High School. So I owe a lot to Coach Elmore. He hired me 3 times in my career.
Right, bringing you up.
Hard man to please, but I guess I did something right at some point
He
around.
saw something in you for
Yeah,
sure.
yes, sir.
Saw something in you for sure. Tell us a little bit about who you got with you today.
I have Keith's Woods, senior wide receiver. Looking to have a really good year. He's worked really hard. And we have Malik Cummins, who's a DB, to be a senior this coming year. They're two of our best leaders. Um, we're better because of the leadership that we have in our senior group. It's
Okay.
part of the reason why they made the trip up here with me because they earned it. You know what I mean?
All right.
So, very excited about their senior year and what they're going to bring to the table as well.
All right. Well, let's bring them in here, and while we're doing that, um, let's get once we've given them their due on screen, let's get these guys and get them ready so we can get them going as well. Cool. Once we put them up there once, then we can roll into the next ones. All right. You guys come on up here. You guys, do y'all know much about the tradition of West Memphis football?
Yes, sir. I know it was a powerhouse for sure.
Yep. Hey, grab that microphone. You got to talk sometime now. Here, let me see it. Let me make sure it's on. Is it on? Nope, it's not. We got to make sure that green light's on. There we go.
All right.
Oh, it's on now. It's hot.
Oh, okay, good.
There we go. So what do you feel like about getting your team back to that?
Um, it's been a progress. We've been challenging the younger kids and like the freshmen. We've been challenging them and everybody else at practice, trying to get West Memphis to where it's supposed to be at. Um, you know, last year really wasn't the best of season, but we've been trying to come back, improve.
Yeah. What have practices been like up there? They've been hard.
No, sir. Practice has been
Uh oh.
it's been
Look at him.
don't get us in trouble. Well, to me, it's been
You,
very good.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's a difference in very good and hard. Hard football's a hard game, right? You got to play football. You got to play hard, or you don't win very many ball games. So I'm going to ask you this question again: have practices been hard? You better say yes, because coach watching
Uh, yes, sir. It's been
you.
hard.
Tell us about some of your teammates. Tell us who you got over there that somebody needs to watch out for.
Our QB, Andrew Clay. He's
Okay.
young. He's been probably gonna have about around 4 years of high school experience. Looking really armed, looking good. You know, field general. He's a leader. He's an amazing person when you get to know him.
Yeah. Now,
Really looking
is a
forward for
freshman moving up, set to be a
something.
sophomore. Okay, gotcha. So he got some experience under his belt last year. Okay. All right. So you're saying that he's a guy to watch, huh? Ball player.
Real
Yeah.
ball player, yes,
You
sir.
got to have a ball player at quarterback now. When you're playing high level ball, you got to have a ball player at quarterback. Tell us a little bit about your offensive line. You can't go anywhere without that offensive line.
Yeah, our offensive line big, block. They can block. They big. Really love those guys. You have to. Don't nothing move without them. Run wise,
Yeah.
pass wise. Really love them. Really looking like a beast for real up front.
Yeah.
Love them. Offense, defensive line, both of them. Just the
So
size, the mobility,
yeah.
everything that they can do. We loving it.
Coach said
Loving
y'all
it.
made a long trip down to Hot Springs. Now that Hot Springs team gets to come back up here. Y'all won one game last year was against
Mhm.
Sylvan Hills. So week 0, what do you do to show Hot Springs you're a different team?
I mean, we just come in, dominate, take it week by week, preparing for just one game at a time. Hot Springs got us last year for sure,
Yeah.
but we're looking to turn it around this year.
Yeah, looking to turn it around. Coach, how many you bringing back from last year? 42. All right. 75 kids. You bring back 42 of them. Here, bring you back in here. Let let Coach be right here for us. This is the first time I've done this. I didn't feel like I covered enough with you. So 42 returners out of 75. How many of those are starters for you from last year?
Um, I think we have a lot of returning starters on offense. I think we have 7 returners on offense. We have 3 returners on defense. So last year our defense was senior heavy.
Yeah.
Wasn't a good year,
Hmm.
but we were talking in the car on the way up here, and we can tell there's a difference. You're just not moving the football on us.
Right.
It's hard for us to move the ball on us. We went to team cap at Bryant yesterday, and we had a pretty good day. So just looking forward to that side of it. It looks a little different
That's
on
good.
defense and our offense. I mean, we got 4 off starters on offensive line coming back.
Okay.
Quarterback's young, but he has the experience. Receivers have gotten better. Those guys are talented enough where
Yeah.
they're actually going to play both ways a little bit. Our
Okay.
receivers and running backs. So
Okay.
yeah, yeah, we got quite a few guys coming back on offense. Not
That
as many on defense.
that helps.
Hmm.
I mean, you're saying that your team looking different against the Bryants and the Cabots and all of that of the world. So, I mean, that's got to be an encouragement to you,
Right,
because I mean, you won one last year.
right.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
That's a tough season there. So if you're looking better against those teams, you got to think you're going to fare a little better this year, right?
Yeah, we've been to Bryant twice. Now, Bryant's a different animal.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so you go against their ones, you can't take that into account. You know, you're not going to see anybody that looks like them. They'll be preseason top 30 in the country
Sure.
from what I read. But we saw Palm Bluff High. We seen Arkadelphia, who just won state championship. We seen Jonesboro, that's in our conference yesterday, and we had a good day yesterday. So
Good.
we came back this morning, had another good day. So my message to the kids is, how can you put those days together?
Right.
Because in the course of a week, you don't win a game on Friday, you win that game on Monday through Thursday.
Yeah.
So we're trying to do that. We're trying to take care of that process during the summer as
Being
well.
prepared. You got to
Yeah,
be prepared for
most
sure.
definitely.
Well, Coach, man, appreciate you joining us here.
Yes, sir. I
Thank
appreciate
you
you
guys
guys.
for coming
Yes,
up.
sir.
Looking forward to seeing what West Memphis will do.
Yes, sir. Thank
All
you.
right. All right.
All
You
right.
have a good one. West Memphis Blue Devils joining us here on the Hometown Sports Arkansas football preview right here on the Arkansas Sports Network. I wonder if that causes that's a very sensitive microphone in it. Appreciate them for coming in. We got the Southside Southerners coming in here in just a moment. We got to get a few things ready to go. We want to say thank you to Cornerstone Roofing and Construction, Alton Irwin. Give him a call for all of your roofing and construction needs. 870-215-3548. They take care of you here in the Northeast Arkansas area and all over the state. We're going to take a quick break. We'll get some graphics aligned, and then we'll be ready to go with the Southside Southerners here in just a moment. All right, welcome back into the Arkansas Sports Network preseason preview, Hometown Sports, Volume 2. And Coach Kenny Simpson joined us last year for Volume 1. He's joining us again for Volume 2. Appreciate you, Coach, for joining us here. We had a good time last year over there at Southside. Came over for the Highland ball game last year. And boy, that was a good one. That was a good ball game.
It was, Highland's a good football team, and ended up being for the conference championship. So
Sure.
kids played really, really well, and we were lucky enough to score another touchdown there at the end to pull away.
Coach, you bring the gun tee. And I would say, hey, keep those X's and O's to yourself, but you're out there. So tell us a little bit about that gun tee.
I was based on misdirection. It obviously helps with the players. And to
Sure.
me, it's football's football, and we think we do a pretty good job with scheme, but it's a lot easier when you got a kid that you're about to bring on here that ran for 2,500 yards and
Right.
kind of use that, and then we use misdirection off of that, some RPO type stuff, and we got a really talented young quarterback who's able to take advantage of, what the defense kind of gives you. It's based off the wing tee. So if you've watched football before, the old school wing tee offense, but kind of modernized in the
Mm-hmm.
shotgun, and then bringing the passing game from that with it.
Yeah. It's a fun offense to watch, and I know that you guys can score a lot of points, as you said. Owen, he was part of our MVP conversation last year. Lord, I didn't even get a chance to talk about that yesterday. I don't know if you watched what we were doing yesterday. We were in Little Rock, and it was like drinking from a fire hose. I mean, they just kept coming in one after the other, and we just didn't even have a chance to get our breath there. But we're going to revamp the MVP a little bit this year. One of the things that we're going to do with the MVP is that we're going to get a nomination, 5 nominations for the best player of that week. And then we're going to have the fans vote on the player of the week. And that will be the one that week will be entered into the MVP. So get the fans in there, get them a chance to have their voice to be heard. So that's a little bit of something that we're going to do here for this year. But anyway, you actually got one of your foes on schedule right here in here, kind of listening to us here. Forest City, you and I talked about that game at Forest City. That was a heck of a ball game last year.
Yeah, Forest City's a talented group. They got a lot of really good athletes, and I know they have a coaching change, but I thought they did a really good job with them last year, and they gave us all we wanted. We had 9 new starters on offense, and it sure did look like that.
Right,
And we kind of got better as the year went on. But Forest City's a dangerous team. That's why we schedule them. You want to
right,
schedule a team that's going to expose things you got to get better at, because we don't want to peak in August. We want to peak in December.
right. You guys play at Pocahontas. No, no, you host Pocahontas this year, but you go to Highland. That was the game that we were at. You talked about that for being a conference championship. I assume that that's going to be one of those more important games in the conference again this year. I'm hearing good things about Gosnell. The people are saying good stuff. Cave City's got a pretty good coach over there, Tommy Cody. I'm telling you, I know that guy firsthand. Pretty good. You're at Batesville. What's that Batesville Southside or not? Sorry, Southside Charters game like?
That's always big. Every game is big. We have Harrisburg week 2, and the coach has done a good job with them. They've gotten a lot better. And then you got Batesville. That's obviously a trophy game,
Yeah,
so it means a lot to the community. And fortunately for us, we've been on the good end of that. But anytime you have a rivalry game, it doesn't really matter what the records are. It's just going to be kind of a brawl. And Batesville, they gave us all we wanted for 2 or 3 quarters last year. We were able to kind of pull ahead there at the end, and I'd anticipate the same thing. They're well coached and they get after it. And then you mentioned it, I think our conference is a little bit overlooked. We made the semifinals, and then you had 2 teams make the round of 16, and Blytheville was right there from winning a playoff game, and so our conference is pretty tough. You mentioned several of the good ones. Pocahontas is always good. They always
yeah.
are physical and get after it, and Highland's always really talented, and they're good as well. Gosnell hired a really good coach, and they had some of the best athletes we saw. Blytheville's always scary. Then you got, Truman, West Side, Cave City. It's just that physical grinding kind of football. So you kind of got to be ready for that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Who do you bring back? I mean, I know we got these guys here, but let's talk about some of these other guys that you're going to bring back from last year.
Sure. On offense, we feel pretty good. We bring back our quarterback, Trey Allen, had a really good year. We were able to bring back Braden Simpson. That's my boy. He's not here today, but he'll come back and play wing back. Our tight end Wyatt Bishop returns. We have an all-state lineman in Lane Johnson who returns. We've got an all-conference guard in Cole Vaughn that returns. Brody Dowdle at center. And then we've got several kids that played quite a bit on the offense side of the ball. Obviously, you'll talk to Owen and Drayden here in a bit, and they have a big role in offense. Then defensively, we bring back, I think, a really good linebacker crew. You got Leighton, who will be talking here in a minute. Brayton, who will be playing linebacker as well. Drayton, who's going to play some outside linebacker, and Gentry Hoskins, who had 100 tackles last year as a sophomore. So
Wow.
got a really good linebacking crew, and then uh, Blaine Baxter at safety returns for us, and Trey Allen can also play a little bit of defense. So you got 6 of them on defense, and we got to kind of figure out quite a few up
Mhm.
front that we were excited about some new guys.
I gotcha. Well, let's introduce who you're going to bring in. The first two here. Who's going to come talk with us?
Yeah, the first two you're going to get are Owen McLaughlin, running back this year for us. I think he set about every record we have and most of the 4A records. And then Drayden Holsey. Drayden's a guy that plays on both sides of the ball for us, offense and defense. And both guys have had really, really good junior years for us, and we're looking forward to their senior year.
All right. Well, let's get them in here. We'll give them one of them a mic. Hey, on this mic here, you might be able to lower. Can you lower some gain on that? Is there a way to do that on this? That might be something to do on that. All right, guys. Southside football. Tell me a little bit about it.
uh, Southside football. It's an amazing community, and how uh, how our team is just it's not really just about football when we're out there playing or practicing. It's more than just football at Southside.
Is that on? Green is on. There you go.
We're all just kind of a little family, you know. All
Yeah.
the teachers come out and support, and the whole school and everything, and just got a good tradition going.
Yeah, we got a chance to see what you guys got going on Friday night. That's the fun part for us to be able to go to different places and see the different things that every school has and every school does. So we appreciated that. Southside treated us so well last year when we were there. So we're excited. Maybe we get a chance to come back up there and watch you guys play. Oh, and you ran for a million yards last year. Um, it's hard to follow that up. What are you going to do? What's the encore for this year?
Well, the the state rushing record single season is 3,230 something yards, and that's my goal is to break that this year.
You were what did you have last year?
I think I ended with around 2,500.
2,500. That is a lot of yardage. A lot of yardage. What's it like to watch a guy like him pick up that? I mean, that 2,500 yards in a year, man. That's something.
It's honestly crazy. You'll just kind of be blocking, and here he comes, and he's just
Right.
gone every time.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Are you
unbelievable.
thinking, don't hold, don't hold, don't
Yes, sir.
hold? uh, well, you guys made the semifinals last year. Had a chance to go play against Arkadelphia. What do you take from that game to make you better for this year?
Uh, I think one thing we need to take is how we acted, how we shut down real fast and
Yeah.
didn't keep our composure.
Okay. All right. Anything?
No,
Nothing.
sir.
You got nothing. You lost. You're like I ain't learning
Yeah.
nothing from this. You guys had a good year last year. Let me say something about ASN and Southside last year. You know, I had people. I'm going to tell you, I had people saying, "We're better than Southside. And I just said, look, I said they have no reason to move down. We've seen no reason to put them down. We saw them in person. They looked good. So anyway, maybe that's a little motivation, a little chip on your shoulder there.
Yes, sir.
We had y'all in the top 3, 4 all year long. So anyway, I'll pat myself on the back for that one. All right. Who do we got left out here?
Oh, we got
We got
Leighton
Leighton
Nell.
Nell.
All right, Leighton, come out here, man. Come talk to me. Leighton, what do you play?
I play inside linebacker, and I'll play some H back this year.
Okay. H-back, that's an important position
Mhm.
in that offense. I will tell you, I had a little foray into that offense. I may have to talk to Coach Simpson
Mhm.
again about it because, of course, we were third graders and we couldn't do anything. I mean,
Mhm.
I say that lovingly,
Mhm.
we couldn't do anything. So how could we execute any offense? So it's hard to tell. But I've got fourth graders now.
Mhm.
We may have to look back at the gun tee again this year. Um, you're the talker. They said you was a preacher. You
I
preach
actually
some.
am. Yes,
Yeah,
this past Sunday I preached. So,
really.
yes, sir.
What church did you preach at?
First Baptist on Main Street in
First Baptist.
Batesville. So,
Okay. In First Baptist in Batesville. How many people was there?
usually about we keep about 400, 350 to 400. So,
Man,
so
that's something, man. That's a neat deal there. I mean, obviously, if you're doing that now, is that what you're going to do after school's up?
somewhat. I'm kind of looking into being like a bivocational preacher. So, like,
Okay.
doing some. It wouldn't be like my main focus. Gonna go be a dentist, but it would kind of be like half and half, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Well,
So,
let me tell you, I've heard that story a lot. I have family that's all in ministry right now, and I can tell you when you say that, God says something else. That's usually how it works.
yes, sir.
But anyway, that's a neat deal, man.
Yes, sir.
And I commend you for it.
Thank
Tell me, guys, here you're here right now. Tell me what will it take? What will make a successful season at Southside this year?
Well, all us seniors are going to really have to lead the sophomores and younger classmen into the tradition and kind of family thing we have. And we're all going to have to work kind of like as a little unit and all have the state championship kind of drive in us.
Okay. What
you. All right.
what will make
Mindset. So,
what just
the
happened?
ultimate goal.
Um, hand that to him. I'd like. Hey, that computer's talking to us. I think you hear it. Anyway, go ahead.
I completely agree with what both they're saying. I don't think we're going to be able to just rely on one person or try to focus on one person. We're all going to have to be able to work as a team together to actually be able to get to that point.
Yeah, are y'all anybody ready to guarantee a state championship?
No, no,
No,
no.
sir.
We are.
No, sir.
We play a lot of good teams. I know me and Owen have played some. We've played 5A ball before we came here, and we've seen a lot of good teams. And there's a lot of teams in 4A that could definitely compete with 5A. So just a label doesn't mean anything. Like Arkadelphia, we was talking on the way down here. Pocahontas, Highland, Dardanelle, Malvern, Warren. A lot of them teams will definitely give you a run for your money. So
Uh, uh,
it's never for sure.
I agree. That's good. Well, that's a good way to end it, guys.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for joining us
Yes, sir.
Well,
Thank
thank
you for
you.
having
here
us.
on our football preview, guys. Good luck to you, and Coach Simpson. I'll be in touch with you, and we'll see if we can get a game. I'd love to do it. Sounds good. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to get Harrisburg in here in just a moment. We're starting to wind things down just a little bit here. Let me see here. Yeah, we got after Harrisburg. Let me look here. Well, I'll give you a rundown real quick. After Harrisburg, we've got Nettleton, Salem, and Earl, and that will be it for the day. So let's get some graphics updated. We'll bring the Harrisburg Hornets in here in just a moment. You're watching the Arkansas Football Preview, Hometown Sports Volume 2. We'll be back in a moment. All right, welcome back into Hometown Sports Volume 2, right here from Jonesboro. Day's winding down. We want to say thank you to Cornerstone Roofing and Construction LLC, building trust one project at a time. Alton Irwin is the project manager there at 870-215-3548. Appreciate them for being a part of what we're doing here on the Arkansas Sports Network. And man, it's been a good day, and we've got more football to talk about, and we've got the Harrisburg Hornets here today. Appreciate you guys coming on and talking football with us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Well, we were talking here off camera, so we'll get into that a little bit. You said this is your third year there, and the first time that you came out, you had 12 kids, and you're up into the 30s now.
Yeah, I mean, the first meeting that I walked into, I had 12 pairs of eyes looking me back, and I think I came like mid-May, so we tried to grab a couple spring practices just to get after it. And I think the first one we had 16 kids, and so we sat there. I was Facebook messaging dudes. I was hanging out at Food Giant. I was talking to everybody I could, try to get somebody out to play. We had kids come back and play that hadn't played since Pee Wee, and they were seniors.
Wow.
And just trying to, I mean, really just trying to field the team.
Right.
And so, you know, we just went to battle with the kids that showed up. And, we were 0-10 that year, and we learned a lot of lessons. I learned a lot of lessons. And then I think the kids kind of learned how much work it takes, like, how hard it is to win a game. And then, last year, uh, we changed conferences, which everybody was excited to move down, and then I felt like we ended up in a conference that was just as tough.
Right.
You know, we don't have to play maybe. There may be some teams like Pocahontas and Highland that were just they rolled out 60 kids or something like that we didn't have to deal with, but I mean the top of our conference was just as good. So and last year, we were a young team. Our biggest class last year was a sophomore class, so that means this year our biggest class is the junior class.
Right.
And so we're still a young football team. And we won one game last year. But we sat there after the season. We're sitting there and we only won one game, but man, we felt like we had done a whole lot better than the year before.
Sure.
And we were kind of struggling to quantify that for our kids. Like, how do you tell them that you were that much better? You only won one game, and people just look at win loss. But I went through and broke it down, and so looking back, even before I got to Harrisburg, for the 2 seasons before last year, on average at halftime, the Hornets were down down 30 points at
Wow.
half.
Wow.
And last year we went back, broke it down, we're down 10. So, some games got away from us late, but I think about even like, we had OCL at home, and we had a shot at a field goal right at the end of the half that would have made that a 2 touchdown game. Walnut Ridge, we played at Walnut Ridge. That was a 2-point game going into half. Um, and we had a inadvertent whistle call back an interception return that I don't know how far. I don't know if he'd have made it, but he was wide open. He's a pretty fast kid. So, um, we were right there in games competing. I felt like, shoot. I mean, these are kind of like don't break your arm, patting yourself on the back kind of stats. But we had got mercy ruled 5 times in my first season, and last year, we turbo clocked twice, which we want to get that down to none.
Sure.
But it's a step in the right direction when you have a really young football team, and we bring back a really young football team. We only have 5 seniors on the team this year, and only 3 of them are slated to be day one starters. So I mean, we just keep building the right way. The kids have bought in. If you came and watched us practice, you wouldn't think that we were a team that won one game in the past 2 years. That's not the way the kids practice. That's not the way they hit the weights. That's not the way they've dedicated themselves. You wouldn't think that at all. So I've been really proud of the way we've worked this off season, and I have really high expectations.
I think you touched on a lot of it there. Um, that's good, but like you said, you are in one heck of a conference. 3A3, when you look at it, Rivercrest, Osceola, Hoxie, Walnut Ridge, and Newport are usually that top 5 there. And then you've got teams, Manila's in there, Pigot's in there, Truman is in there as well. Is that true? Is that right, Truman?
They're
Nope.
non-conference for us, but
Okay. That anyway, you've got those other ones, Piggott and Hawks, or Piggott and Manila in there as well. It's a very, very tough conference, man. Very tough conference. Looking at your non-conference slate, it's interesting. I watch these non-conference slates because you can tell how a coach feels about their team because they feel like they've got a chance. Because I'm looking at you, Cross County going to want to be one of the top teams in 2A. Southside going to be one of the top teams in 4A, and then you're going to challenge yourself with another 4A team in Truman.
yeah. Well, I'm not afraid of competition, and I'm not afraid to go out there and get embarrassed either. And I think a lot of people are. They're worried about what it's going to look like, and they're worried about what their resume is going to say. And I don't really care. I'm gonna go put us out there against the best teams, and I want us to compete. Because here's the deal. We see Cross County. We're going to see a couple D1 linemen, and we may not see another team with two D1 linemen again. But you see a line like what they've got, offense and defense. That's going to prepare us when we get to Walnut Ridge
Sure.
and Hoxie and some of those guys. And then we're going to go play Southside, and we hope after we play Southside that was the best team we played all year long. It may or may not be because we, like you said, we've got some good teams in our conference, but we want to see that level of competition early, and and ultimately, I'm preparing for the playoffs, and you can say what you want, 0 win, 1 win, but our non-conference schedule is set to prepare us for the playoffs. If we make the playoffs, we're going to see somebody like Cross County. We're going to see somebody like Southside. We're going to see somebody like Truman. So, I mean, it doesn't help you to try to find a win. I think if you're doing that, you're working too hard. Go find somebody that's going to make you better, and that's what we've done.
Tell us who you got here with you.
Yeah, so I've got Briar Jones. He'll be our starting quarterback this year. His first year playing quarterback, but really excited about the work he's put in. He's one of those guys. He'll go grab every receiver we got, and they'll be on the field any time of day. And then we have Javen Thompson. He played wide receiver for us a lot last year. We used him running the ball, maybe more than throwing it to him. I think he averaged like 10 yards a carry and had 10 touchdowns on 50 carries. And I was the idiot didn't give him the ball more than that. So we moved him running back this year, so we can make sure we get him the ball plenty.
Right.
And I think he's going to have a great season too.
All right. Well, let's bring those two guys in here. The one on the outside take the mic. Let's say we might need to get some new batteries in that. All right. Coach had some nice things to say about you, Mr. Quarterback.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a good relationship there. You got to have a relationship with your quarterback. You're kind of a coach on the field. But you guys working hard over there at Harrisburg trying to make this thing better, huh?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We go in, we try to grind out as much as we can. Just putting in that extra work too. Just really trying to get out all in the field.
Yeah. Well, how dumb was the coach not getting you the ball enough this
I'm
year
not gonna
or
call
last
him
year?
dumb and everything, but I would have loved it a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, he put you at running back. What are you thinking about that?
It gives me the opportunity to get like guaranteed get the ball and
Sure.
do something with it. But I mean, other than that, I like it a little bit more.
So you were a wide receiver, so you're getting a lot of jet sweeps
Yes,
last
sir.
year. Is that what you were getting?
Yes, sir.
And you scored 10. Is that right? Did you
Sir.
say 10 touchdowns on 50 carries? Yeah, you probably should have got. I mean, that's 5 times. There are 5 touches per touchdown there. Y'all might have made the playoffs. You gave him the ball more. I'm just kidding. Anyway, you guys do play in a tough conference, though. I mean, that last year we were talking about this conference all the time. I mean, Rivercrest and Newport, those two teams really started out unbelievable. Osceola ended up the season as the best team in the conference by the time it was done. Hoxie, a little bit down last year, but Walnut Ridge was a little bit up last year. And man, that made for a really, really good top five.
Yeah. It was tough to see all like the rankings and all that. Like Walnut Ridge, I'm pretty sure started at 1 at the start of the season off, and
Yeah.
they went down a little bit. But I mean, every team is tough.
Yeah, Newport and Rivercrest really made that game last year. I remember that game was unreal. There between those two, you had three really bona fide state championship contenders in your conference last year. I mean, that's tough. That's tough.
Sir, absolutely. Um, really just seeing that,
consistently just preparing us.
Yeah,
I feel like it really helps.
well, you get better. You don't have any
Absolutely.
choice but to, or you're going to get run off that field, like you said. So, what is it going to do? What's going to be a successful season this year at Harrisburg?
For the last 2 seasons, I mean, like Coach said, I mean, 0-10 and then 1-9. We just want to keep getting better because we can't completely accept or expect a championship like this year. But I mean, to start the program and be like the stepping stone, the foundation to just keep getting the program better and better.
I like that. It's a good answer. You're right. In order to win, you've got to get yourself to a point where you can win, and you guys are the leaders of that group, trying to raise that program standard some. Because I'm going to tell you, and I'm sure you probably noticed this, that these programs that come in here that win all the time, well, what do they do in Pee Wee? They win all the time. And it's kind of goes up the ladder. They win in Pee Wee, they win in junior high, they win in senior high, and it's because the expectation is there to win. And at some point, if you're ever going to turn a program around, you got to turn that expectation around.
Yes, sir.
Well, guys, you guys did a good job today. Appreciate you joining us here. Appreciate Harrisburg coming over here and talking with us on our preview. And man, we're looking forward to seeing what happens with you guys. All right. Well, we have, let's see, what do we have? I just went down it. Again, thanks to Cornerstone Roofing for being a part of this today. Mr. Alton Irwin there helping us out. We appreciate him and what they're doing over there at Cornerstone. We have Nettleton, Salem, and Earl. Nettleton's supposed to be in here in just a few minutes. So we'll take a quick break. We'll wait for Nettleton to get here, and we will be back in just a moment.
All right, we're back. First of all, I want to thank Cornerstone Roofing out of here in Jonesboro. If you in these recent storms we had here, if you need somebody to come out and do your roofing for you, you need to get a hold of Cornerstone Roofing out in Irwin today, and they can get out there and get that fixed for you. Coach Hampton, it's nice to meet you, man. And your Nelliton Raiders is here today, like you brought a good bunch of them over there.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we bought four of our not only best players, but four of our leaders and guys that have been great players and great young men.
What have these gentlemen meant to your program and getting it built to where it's at?
Man, these guys have been, all the way through our program, coming through the junior high, and now, all four of them will be seniors. Um, yeah, just foundation. They've built on what guys before them have done. This will be my 13th year, so I've seen several classes come through Nettleton, and this group has continued, the legacy that we want to, build and not only continue it, but to add to it. And we're looking for something special. These guys have a lot of success through junior high, and I think if all four of these guys would agree that they're looking for something special out of their senior year, and we feel like we've got the potential to do that.
Absolutely. I would say you guys basically have stepped out of Jonesboro's shadow these last few
Mhm.
years and been one of the premier programs here in the area. What if when you coming into this, when you took this job, what is some things you've seen about this job that you thought, man, I can win there?
Well, when I came in, it was pretty low. I mean, the numbers, participation was low. There was probably 25, 30 kids in the program and on the varsity team when I got there, in the summer. And just, so it started there, building the participation, getting numbers, getting kids to enjoy football again. And, once we were able to do that, we were able to make the playoffs that first year and create a little spark, a little bit excitement. Um, and then, yeah, obviously, it takes players. We've had some good players come through, and we've just been able. We wanted to establish ourselves as a playoff contender every year, and someone that's going to compete for a conference championship every year. And we feel like we've done that. We've been, uh, week 9, week 10, where those games are meaningful and you're playing for something. That's what's special, and we feel like we've done that. These guys have been in the playoffs every year, and looking for another shot at it. We've had tough draw past couple years. We had Pine Bluff, and last year we had to go to Lakeside, who had a great football team. And I think these guys are ready and hungry to attack their senior year and get back not only the postseason but hosting a postseason game, at Raider Field.
Absolutely, that'd be big for you
Yeah.
guys. I feel like, Coach, for those that don't know Nelson football or your style, what is your philosophy?
Well, offensively, I guess you call us a spread. We're going to spread the field, uh, but we want to play physical. We're going to run the football. We feel like we've got, over here to my left, the best running back in our league. And I don't think that's debatable, in my opinion.
Yes, sir.
We've also got the best receiver in the league, who's explosive, and so we want to, spread the field. Make the defense defend the width and the length. We're gonna take some explosive shots. And then defensively, we want to be as physical as we possibly can. We feel like, when you get down to the playoff time, you get playing in November, when the weather starts changing. It's just go. You better have a physical, tough football team, and that's what we want our identity to be on both sides. And have fun. We want to fly around and make plays on both sides and in the special teams. And so that's just kind of what we try to create.
Absolutely. Going down the line here, Coach, give you a chance to talk a
Mhm.
bit about you guys. Talk about the guys and what they've meant to your program here.
Well, we've got Ahmad Hurston, AJ. He plays defensive line, explosive. He's probably one of the most explosive defensive linemen in our league. Hard to block. Just creates havoc. As a defensive lineman. He'll also play a little offensive line this year. And next to him, we got Jordan Simmons. Like I said, we feel like he's the best wide receiver in our league. Explosive.
Yes, sir.
He can take the top off of it, get it in his area. He's going to go make a play for you. And next to him, Xavier Harrell. I can't. He does a set of squats and his legs explode. He's a ball of muscle, explosive when he gets the ball in his hands, tough. And we're going to count on him a lot. Offensively. Uh, and then, Damon Coleman, he's our leading tackler coming back from last year. I think all four of these guys have given themselves an opportunity to have a great senior year by the work that they put in. Damon has transformed his body. Last year he was a bigger, linebacker, kind of just that thumper, and now
Yes, sir.
he's slimmed down a little bit. He wants to be able to play out in space better, which we need him to. And he's given himself that opportunity by the work that they've put in, through the spring, through the summer, and we'll continue, the remainder of the summer here and get ready to go.
Absolutely, coach. Thanks for coming out with
You
us.
bet.
Send you two here on the
Yeah, I'll
end,
get
DJ. Yes, sir.
AJ and Simmons. We got an offense and defensive guy,
Yes,
so
sir.
yeah, I told them don't get stage fright when they get up here now.
Yeah, nah. Just be just be who you are every day, man. Alan Russell, nice to meet you. One of you put this on. One of you use this here. Make sure it's turned on there. All right, guys. The coach has some pretty high praise for you there, man. So he's the best receiver in the league. What does that mean when you hear your head coach say something like that?
Uh, it means a lot. Just know that the head coach put trust on me, trusting me to get the team where we need to get it. You know, it means a lot.
Absolutely. And for you, he's so you coming back as the defensive star for you for Nelliton.
Yes, sir.
What is that like playing for the Nelliton Raiders?
Coming back as a senior, especially on the defense, I feel like we kept a lot of our defense, so I don't have to, you know, think as hard. Like, teammates, they're there, they push me, they help me out, and I help them out. We build each other and we grow together.
Absolutely. You guys, if you have a rival, would that be Greene County Tech, or who would be Nelliton's rival?
Valley View.
Valley
Valley View.
View. I
Yes,
didn't want to
sir.
say it. I wanted just see if y'all would say it. But talk a little bit about that rivalry, the Valley View rivalry. I know that can get pretty heated.
Valley View come with their best every time. We gonna always come with our best every game. It's a lot.
And what would it mean for you to get a victory over Valley View this year?
It'll mean everything. That feeling when you play Valley View, it just brings another level. During the summer, you train, you work hard, and you reach levels. But once you play Valley View, you reach another level. It's every single year. So
Coach,
far, we're 1-1 with them while I'm here. So this year, this is it. This is
Coach,
all we have.
Coach Hampton's over taking that all in. Come that week, he's going to be. Remember that interview? All right, guys. So, talk a little bit about your schedule here this year. Who you think? Who you guys looking forward to getting to play this year?
Valley View. Valley View beat us by one touchdown last year. It was a hard fought game, but we coming this year.
Just a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah.
Yes,
If
sir.
you same Valley View.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. Best of luck to you this year,
Thank you.
and go win it.
Yes, sir.
Bring you two guys in. Nice to meet you. I get to sit beside star running back here. Again, I'll start with you. Hearing your coach say those positive things about you, what does that mean to you as a player?
It feels great, knowing that, you know, I have coaches that can trust me and just, depend on me in hard fought games, counting on me and yeah.
Absolutely. And you pretty much said you was a gym rat and said you was pretty much leading tackler coming
Yeah.
back. When you hear your head coach say that, to get you pumped up.
Oh yeah.
All right, guys. So again, Valley View. It comes up in this. When he talked to Nelliton, when he talked to Valley View, the one of the others going to come up. What is it like playing against them for you guys?
Like they were saying earlier, it's just overall it's a physical game. It's a great game. I love playing them. And like they said last year, we lost to a touchdown. We all tried our best, but we're really looking forward to playing them. So getting our get back, as they say.
And you coming from your linebacker spot, you see that guy from Valley View coming
Oh
across,
yeah.
you just want to hit him extra hard, don't
Yes, sir. Carter Wallace.
you? All right, guys. So, what do you, looking at the schedule other than Valley View? What's some games y'all looking forward to playing this year?
Um,
Harding.
yeah, another one will be Harden. You know, we wasn't really prepared for that one. Because they had just got moved up to our division. So I feel like now that we got experience against them, we can prepare right for them, and then take it from there.
Absolutely.
And then also probably BB. We lost. It was a hard one. Uh, we lost by like a freaking
Last second kick.
yeah.
Was y'all at their place and they're coming here this year? Or
Yes,
y'all
Yeah,
sir.
we
okay?
was.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes. All right, you can all come back in. I got one more question for you. Well, really, you could all get a chance to look out there to your fans and to the people in Nelson and tell them what you want to tell them.
No, hey, hey, Nettleton, we finna do something special this year. I promise y'all that.
Yeah, we coming.
You guys? All right, guys. Best of luck to y'all, man.
Yes, sir.
Y'all go win that thing.
Yes,
Go get
sir.
that revenge. We want to thank Cornerstone Roofing for this interview. And again, if you want to get your roof fixed from these recent storms, go see out in Irwin over at Cornerstone Roofing, and they'll get you fixed up. All right, we're back. And we got Coach Weber over at Salem. Coach, this Cornerstone Roofing interview here we're going to do with you today. Coach, we was talking off air here. It's kind of being a little jokative about it, but kind of like you're taking over Ferrari, man. It's kind of like, but you was already on the staff, so you really hadn't got a, much of a move to make there. What was it like when you was asked to take that job?
I knew we had some really special players coming back, guys that's been very committed, you know, while they've been here in high school, and I just wanted to make sure that we stayed where we were at and sure not backslide, and so it was a big challenge, but at the same time, I think it's something that I felt like I needed to do for the guys, for the players, and for the program, and so away we go.
Absolutely. How many of you have returning from that state title team?
Well, that's the thing. We lose some good seniors. We've got several guys returning, about seven on offense, about six on defense, maybe seven. And we've had some good guys step up that have really stepped into some big roles also that didn't start last year, but have come into those roles this time. And they've jumped on the horse and away we've gone.
Absolutely. And folks that may not know, I mean, I don't know how you wouldn't, but I mean, Jackson Taylor goes perfect in the state title game, passing the football. I mean, like in that biggest stage, you have a kid like that coming back. What does that mean to you?
He's just been a great leader for us. That's what we've got to have again out of him. Offensively, he does a nice job running our offense, and it is run, 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 but we do like to throw it if we need to or have to. And that may be something that we look to more this year. Our run game has been really, really good to us, but I think our play action is awfully good to us as well. We do get in multiple formations. A lot of people don't think that or know that, but we do, and they've all been good to us down the stretch last year as well.
Absolutely bringing Salem their first state title in school history, coach. What do you got to do to build on that to maybe get back to that point?
Well, that's the thing. We've got to keep these guys hungry, not allow them to be satisfied. Make them realize that we're going to get everyone's A game every Friday night. And, our non conference schedule is brutal. So we've got to make sure that we're playing tough football, smart football, and but also staying healthy in those games.
What's crazy is Mansfield comes into your house a couple years ago and takes you out of the playoffs. You go back into Mansfield and take
Yes.
them out of the playoffs. What did that mean to you guys to get that revenge?
I think it was just a great game down there in their place. It was a great game at our place there, 2 years ago. But, went down and like you said, kind of got them paid back, you might say. But they're a very quality ball club, very similar to us, like to play pretty rugged and pretty physical. And it was a great atmosphere down there that night in that game.
Absolutely, coach. Take a chance here, give you a chance here, talk a little bit about your start, a couple of your players you brought here today. Starting on the end here with this gentleman, what do you got to say about these gentlemen here about your
Oh,
football program?
Jackson does a great job here. Our guy here on the left, Jackson Taylor, plays quarterback for us. Like I said, does a great job leading our team offensively, getting our guys lined up, making sure that we're executing, doing a good job in the huddle of making sure that we're all on the same page, getting all those things taken care of. Next guy's Keegan Sanderson, who's a sack leader in essentially the whole state.
Mm.
Uh, had tremendously big numbers for tackles for loss, big numbers for pressures. He's a very tough defensive end to block, and really brings a big role and a big play potential to our defense.
Absolutely. Let's get those gentlemen in here, coach.
All righty.
Best of luck to
Thank
you
you,
this
sir.
season. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Nice to meet you, sir. One of you can use that there. Nice to meet you. All right, gentlemen. Sack leader in the state, man. What is it?
Yes, sir.
And coming back this year, how do you build on such a successful season that you had?
Well, really, like Coach Weber said, it's really about staying hungry. And I feel like we've done that, especially with the group of guys that we have. We're all really close and we can push each other.
And so, I mean, that's been the key for me, and I feel like that'll be the key for everybody else is really to push each other and stay focused on our goals together.
Absolutely. And Jackson, what's life been like, man, bringing the first state title to Salem?
And it's pretty cool. You don't really. You get a lot of praise, but it's pretty cool. It's
How do you stay level headed with the praise, the praise that you're getting?
Yep.
Hey, the pats on the back. How do you guys stay, motivated?
Well, you just can't really let the let it get to you. You just got to keep working. Like we got another year. We got to keep working to get back to that. Like everybody's gonna be coming for us. We got to have our A game every Friday. We just got to keep working hard and just can't just not stop working. Just got to keep going.
Absolutely. And you?
I mean, yeah, basically what Jackson said. Really, for a lot of these teams, we're going to be their Super Bowl this year, and it's really got to be about not going back, but going forward, keeping on working hard, and like I said, with the group of guys we got, I don't think that'll be an issue at all.
Absolutely. And guys, I ask you what I asked Coach there. Mansfield comes into your house, knocks you out of the playoffs. You go into Mansfield and knock them out of the playoffs. What was on you guys' mind going into that game that night?
Well, really, when they came back, I remember that group of guys that we had, those seniors that year, and I feel like we were all really close with them. That was a really close team, and we had a lot of high hopes for that for that postseason, and that was a very emotional ending. I remember. I don't think there was anybody that walked off that field without tears, and so for us to come back and kind of get that redemption, that was definitely an amazing game for us.
Absolutely. And Jackson?
Yeah, that's kind of how it was for me. I didn't get to play much at all the first time we played them, so it was kind of pretty cool to be able to go in there and it felt like I was kind of like a good win for the team. It was pretty cool. It was a good moment.
And in the state title game, you guys come out. Like you couldn't be stopped. What was the mindset? Was it after you got hey, we beat Mansfield, going forward we can do anything? Was that the type of mindset?
I thought after we beat Prescott
Prescott.
that we were gonna win it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, really that momentum, and like I said, we're a really close group. We've all grown up together, this group of guys, and having that bond with each other. Once we got into the postseason, we all leaned on each other really heavy, and we just kept that momentum moving forward, and it worked out great for us, clearly.
Absolutely, guys. Same as the last guy that was here. Look into the camera there and tell your fans what you got planned for them this year.
Hey, we're gonna have another good season. Should be same place we were last year. Go Hounds!
Go Hounds!
Absolutely. Best of luck to you guys. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, now we're back. Now we're back with Coach A.C. Coleman
Yes,
here
sir.
from Earl.
Yes, sir.
Coach, I'm going to get this in real quick and we'll get right with you. We got Cornerstone Roofing as our sponsor today. They're sponsoring this interview here with Coach Coleman and the Earl football team here. Cornerstone Roofing is based out of Paragould, Arkansas. They cover the Jonesboro, Paragould area. So, in light of all these recent storms that we had, tornadoes, tore down a lot of houses and things, these guys can build back from the ground up. So, you'll want to definitely give them a call. The number's right here above my head here in this right here in this ad. All right, Coach,
Yes,
you
sir.
got back over at Earl again. You've been over there a while, huh?
Yeah.
Like, what's it like coming into another year?
You know, it's different. Every year is different. Every year is a different group of kids. Uh, the coach is changing right now. The mentality is changing. So it's actually a lot of excitement going on in Earl right now.
Absolutely. Is that football related, or is that just the community? Or
Yeah,
what's going
the
on? What you
community.
got going?
We're a small town community, but we're big on our kids, our education, our athletics. The administration is amazing, and our school board is great. And at this point in time, what we've been doing is trying to rebuild back our structure to get back to playing Earl football in our Earl ways. We're building on some things like, of course, we won the state basketball title, and we use the same athletes, but our kids are pretty hungry, and we've had a great off season. Our summer program has been one of the best summer programs I've had since in my tenure of being in Earl. So we're just trying to build day by day on our development for the kids.
Absolutely. Talk a little bit about those kids that you got coming back over there this year. It's got you excited.
Oh man, to be honest, man, we got a small senior class, but what we get with that senior class is great. If they step up with the leadership part of it, it's going to be a phenomenal season. We're going to have a phenomenal ride in Earl, Arkansas. Um, I would actually start with the offensive side, running back. We have Xavier Maples going to get a lot of touches at running back. Derek lately has been a great possession receiver for. He's a senior. We also have a 10th grade or sophomore quarterback coming in. We're very high on Aiden right now. His name's Aiden Davis. We got Therese Jeter. He also is a 10th grader. Um, and offensively, we got a new coordinator, and I think that's kind of energized our program a whole lot. Odell Brown, who was with us at one point, then went to Marion, and he's back in the fold, and the energy he brings, along with another coach we got, Alan Coleman, Tavares Thomas, and what we have is been a growth, and it's been a good booster of energy for us.
Absolutely, Coach. Talk a bit about these guys you brought here with you today from over there, Earl. A good looking group over there. Go down the line there and talk a bit what they meant for your program.
Yes, sir. Xavier Maples, as I talked about before, he finally gets his chance to play the position he's always wanted to play, being a running back. And beside him, we have Derek Lately Jr. He's also extremely smart. He's number one in his class right now, and he's one of those kids that's so coachable. It's great. And we have our defensive lead over there, Clifton Wren Jr. And he's led our team in tackles for 2 years in a
Okay.
row. And the first year he had 126 tackles, and last year he had 134. So he's on pace to be one of Earl's, if not their all-time leading tackler for a program. So those kids,
Wow.
great academics, great study, and they're football players, and that's great.
A cornerstone of your program. I can't let you get off here without talking a little bit. Let you cheese a little bit about it. Gary Bohannon Jr. doing
Oh
what he
yes,
did at BYU this last year, and just making Earl proud.
yes
Just
sir.
being a college commit. Talk a little bit about what Gary meant for your program.
It was good to have a ride with a kid like that from a small town. Humble as all can be, but as vicious as any dog or athlete on the field when he touched the field. His ability to comprehend things. You come from Earl, Arkansas, where your program and your system so simple, and then to be able to go to Baylor first
Yes, sir.
and learn things and extend yourself to the point where I don't know many kids in the state of Arkansas that have made the run to finish up their season to be a top five nationally ranked, to actually win a Sugar Bowl, and to play in those type of environments. And he's from Earl,
Earl,
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
I am beyond proud of Gary. He is in Earl, and in my eye, my tenure of being a head coach, he is the GOAT.
He messaged me recently. He's got a football camp that he's doing now. You want to speak a little bit on that?
Oh yeah, you know he's always been about the kids and coming out back from BYU and saying, I understand it's a shortage of people being able to teach these kids how to really be a quarterback or what it takes to be a quarterback, and he's took to that like none other. We have one of our kids that actually trained with him, which is Aiden, and I'm just proud of him, man. I wish him nothing but the best in life, and he knows that Coach Coleman will always be in his corner. We did a lot of traveling together. I took him to North Carolina, took him to Alabama, to wherever. I mean, we was on the road, Texas, anywhere, and he is my guy. He is when it comes down to Earl football. He is the standard of what a full athlete. When I say full athlete, I'm saying academically he had it, personally and being able to talk to people, he
Right.
had it.
Yes, sir.
And then put all that together with his athleticism, and what you have is a grown man. It's not that he's an athlete that plays in Earl that can only play basketball, play football, and do track because he was a state champion in all three of those
Right.
sports. But he's a kid that's highly intelligent, and he's shown that, getting his bachelor's degree, his master's degree, and continuing on and bettering himself and his family.
I see that glow when you
Oh
talk
yeah,
about
yeah,
Garrett,
that's my
Coach,
dude.
Evans
That's
there,
my
man.
dude. Yes, sir. Yes,
Let's
sir.
bring those gentlemen
All
in
right.
here,
Thank
Coach.
you.
Good talking
Yes,
with you,
sir.
Coach
Yes,
Coleman.
sir.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll bring two. Yeah, Russell, nice to meet you. Somebody there. Put the headset on. All right, guys. All right, guys. Got two of the Earl Star football players here coming up for the upcoming year. When you put that jersey on, it's prestigious when you got Earl on it because Earl, Earl has a good program and they have a good history. What's it mean to wear that jersey?
It means a lot, just like Coach said, coming from a small town. And it's like, just growing up and then playing for a good school like Earl.
Absolutely. And you?
It means a lot.
Absolutely. And coming up on this upcoming season, what's some goals you guys have set for yourself?
The main goal, we trying to go to state and not just only go but win. Yeah.
My main goal this year is to win the championship and to lead the younger generation.
I got you. And what would that mean to you when you say lead the younger generation? I'm assuming the junior high kids that's coming up and the kids that you got coming up in the program. What's some things you could show those kids that's coming up?
You show them how to be a better player.
What's it like playing for Coach Coleman? He's been over at Earl forever, and he's a mainstay over there. Really good football coach. What's it like playing for a guy like that?
Playing for a guy like Coach Coleman is really good because to me he's not only a coach, he's like a father figure. So like you could he's a very good person. Uh and sometimes he don't even got nothing to do with football and he'll always help you even out on the outside.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And you?
It's the same thing, basically.
I got you. You guys coming up on this year here. Coach talked a little bit about your quarterback. How y'all feeling about everything going this year? I know y'all lose Tyron Hurst, but Coach Coleman, I take him at his word. You got a kid named Aiden coming up that's just as good.
I feel good about Aiden. He had a good junior high season last year, and this year he been working out with Gary a lot. So I'm real confident in him. Now, watch him get his reps in and all that. So I'm real confident with Aiden.
What you got?
He coming out as a real good quarterback. He's really probably the best quarterback I say coming out of here.
Okay, okay, that's some high praise there. Some high praise. You saying that because you're the receiver and you want football this year? Is that what it is?
No.
But guys, talk a little bit about who's on your schedule that you look forward to playing every year.
Well, mainly I'm just ready for the first game, but if I had to choose a team, I'd say EPC.
EPC,
It's all of them to me.
all of them, so they can all get it. I got you. All right, guys. So we'll move you out. Bring the other gentleman in. Best of you. Best of luck to you this year. Go win that state championship. Bring it on. Nice to meet you, man. You can sit right there. Yes, sir. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. I'll ask you some of the same questions here. We'll go with this one first. Who you like on your schedule this year? When you look at the schedule, who's somebody you like looking when you see on there? I want to play them.
For me, I got a couple like EPC,
Okay.
Marjorie. I always like playing Marjorie. every year.
Is that because of that diagrammic? Like, hey, they're right down the road from me, and I want to be I want to be the best dog in this area.
Yes, sir. That's our rival.
I got you. So, which one would you say, EPC or Monterey is the big rival?
Marjorie.
And EPC is the standard.
Yes, sir.
I got you. So you guys, Coach Coleman had the guy. He was the standard over when he had Gary Bohannon and things like that. What do you got to do to get back to being the standard in that area?
We just gotta like come out, play like in the off season. We work, we do all this like to get ready for the first game and just dominate.
Absolutely. And speaking on the first game, who do y'all play in your first game?
We play Ford City.
Forest City,
Yes,
bigger
sir.
school.
Sure.
Well, so when you look at the schedule, you see bigger school. Are you looking at there? You're like, man, we can beat these guys.
Yeah, we can for sure can beat them. We just gotta come out and play. Like last year we played a team that was our first time playing in a while. We could have beat them, but at the end we kind of gave up. So yes, sir. We can if we keep competing, we can finally beat them.
And now do you get them at home? You got to go there.
Yes, sir.
You get them at Arrow. Okay, nice. That's a good, nice little setup. Arrow's a tough place to play. I know that, and that's
Yes, sir.
when people talk about Arrow, it's you don't want to go in there and you just don't go in there and win ball games. You got to go in there and earn it. All right, man. What's it like playing for Coach Coleman there?
Coach Coleman, great coach. Like you talk to him, like just like Xavier said, you talk to him without football, he'll get you right with your grades. Anything out of school, he'll get you right.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Bring you guys back in here for just one more question or just one more deal here we got going. So guys, look at the camera and let the folks back in Arrow know what it's about this year. Start with you.
What it's about, we gonna come out and put on for the city for real, and we gonna try to get the championship.
All right.
Something that ain't done in a while.
Okay. You.
We gonna go out, fight hard for y'all, fight hard for our community, and bring back a state championship.
Nice. All right. There you go, Earl. You heard it right there. Your football team right here, some of you star players right here, they're letting you know that, hey, they're coming with it this year. Get out there and pack them bleachers. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna give it one more for Cornerstone Construction. That's out in Alton, Irwin. 870-215-3548 over there at Cornerstone Roofings and Construction LLC. Building trust, one project at a time. We're gonna cut it here, and that's it for today. We'll be at Van Buren tomorrow. We'll have I think 2 more sites tomorrow with Duran and Carson and Clinton on Friday. Yep, we'll have 2 more of those, and you're watching all of these interviews on the Arkansas Sports Network. Go ahead, like, comment, and subscribe if you aren't already. And we will catch you guys later. Have a wonderful rest of your